trust. Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland. We love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom. In freedom. In freedom. Is our unity. Arise, my people, arise, my we love and strength and faith. With all our hearts and minds we from about to go be down to from Warri to Lagos.
Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. Jonaba, Jefferson, Jagun, and AY. So this is more of a relaxed session. Let's try to keep it relaxed. There shouldn't be much of a controversial points here, is it? This is more of a learning section, and for so that we can learn a little bit more about our culture and our traditions, and so that we are a little bit more enriched. Let's try to learn something. Me, I'm here to learn. So, Janaba, so regarding our culture, do you think people misunderstand our religions and our spirituality? Because whenever you hear about it, it seems like Christians and Muslims, they'll be like, that is pagan religion. That is, it's associated with something negative. Whenever you are talking about it, it's about making charms and sacrifice. Charms and sacrifice. That's all we see. So, is there something you want to share about this?
Thank you again. It's a new start. What I can say when it comes to religion is different from spirituality. The biggest problem of African that kept African undeveloped is religion. Spirituality is deeper than what we think. The problem we have from the ancient time of African and the religion or their contact with their God uh, is not growing in their own space, just like we are doing to every other thing we have, whether it comes to our natural resources or who negotiate on behalf of us, whether in trading, in relationship with other nations. We have never done it in our own way, and that is the problem Africans have faced. The ancient time before there are sacrifices, and I may not like to dive into it so much because it's very controversial. But the biggest human sacrifice on earth, and the most popular one is Jesus Christ. So what I don't know when people talk about human sacrifices and they talk about the diabolic nature of Africa, it's not compared to Jesus. So it's just what African people have blocked themselves from growing in their own space when it comes to anything as a black man. We want to imitate everything. So many of us, when we come to the West today, we see what is humanly possible. So, but then we are enlightened. We see things differently, and that is part of education. When you travel and you can see some certain things with your naked eyes, and you can have a relationship, and you can come in contact with another human being from another soil, and you see that you are deeply connected to that person, even more than your own people born from the same mother with you. So spirituality, it is just the human contact with their understanding of their own God and what worked for them, and the image of what they have in their soul or spirit. So, and we African, we debate between religion, whether it's a Christian religion, Islamic, and traditional religion, and we begin to take side. Spiritual. Jesus told his disciple, "I have a flock that is not of this fold." And he also asked his disciple when they kick against other people who are speaking or doing things in Jesus' name. And he says, if you see someone doing what is right, can't you consider them righteous? So Jesus was a very deep spiritual person based on if you read the Bible aspect of it. Jesus never preached religion to anybody. He preaches love. Yeah, and every other philosophical book have tell you treat others the way you want to be treated. Have some temperament. It's a common approach of life. The word karma, the word as far as the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest will not cease. Whatsoever a man soweth, so he shall reap. It's part of life that we all hold ourselves responsible as we open ourselves to a deeper thing in a conscious mind. Sometimes people question, who am I? What am I on this earth for? What is my purpose? Have I accomplished it? What part of life have I touched? When you think like that, in a deeper way, you see that the real humanity come out of you, and that transcend above your religion you call, because religion is just organized society who call themselves sometimes to help each other. We have seen many schools built by religious organization around the world, empower people, because that is the way they want to make themselves relevant. But then end of the day is the service to humanity. But African, I normally weep for when we come and argue about religion. There are many religions before Christianity, even before Islam, and some of those religions they are still there. But then we are talking about spirituality and how African miss it, because the same way they have come to give us uh, democracy that we are not ready for, that is the same way they have given us everything. And African leaders on the olden days, they do not do better as well in terms of the spiritual leaders who also have no organization. There is no book that they can reference to, and that is one of the problem black people we tend to have. We don't have preservation for many things that people can refer to even after our lifetime. And to say now that the gods that we worship before are diabolic, our god are this. If you look at even Bible demonizes, the writer of that Bible demonizes Egypt, and we come to know that Egypt have the best civilization in Africa. And they say, so the Egyptians you see today, you shall see them no more forever. And people think it's a manipulation. That is not. Human being, we are all connected. It has nothing to do with any religion. You can see a Muslim brother today, you are connected, and you will not have a problem. I'm married to a Muslim lady, right? So what difference does it make even when I'm a pastor? Because love, Jesus actually preached love. He did not preach a religion. He did not. If you want to go by that context of that Bible presentation, but African people will take it on our head. Everything we take it on our head, and we have left everything that worked for us, and we do not grow in our own space. And whatever we have embraced have cost us more than we're supposed to gain, and we embrace things that we have to check. One of the person that came to this show last time was a writer, I think he's from UK, I believe, that he said he went to UK when he was 7 years old. He wrote a book, I think Jesus the Slave, something like that. It's a deep book, and those are the people you want to look into them. They understand. When you come here, people want to take a side. I'm a Christian and a Muslim. It doesn't matter. That's religion. The real love is embedded in all religion
The
and
slave book
mankind.
named Jesus or something like that.
Uh, what do you say?
No, he just said something. I speak the truth. He's asking what you said.
I, oh, I said, wasn't it a slave ship named Jesus or something?
Yes, Lieutenant G's, exactly. Thank you. So this is the thing, and you,
No. He mentioned the name of a book, so I
yes,
said,
I
wasn't
had
it a
you. I
slave
had you.
ship named
Yeah,
Jesus
you
or
just
something like
mentioned
that?
the name. Yeah, I had you. I had you. Yeah. So this is what it is. African, we need to go back to our root. We are deep. We are deep. There is a God in our area that is not for doing any harm, but to keep the people safe. If you do anything and they call for a call that okay, this so thing have lost or something have done something terrible against the land of this place, we give you 7 days to come and agree, talk to your children, talk to your family, talk to everybody. And if you do not, if they invoke it in 7 days, you see the consequences right away. And that is the God that have protected us over the years before all this manipulation of I love this, I love that, and people come and be saying it like somehow. I don't want to talk
Yeah,
into it.
but are you saying that because what you describe now, though I'm sure you describe other things that have not, but what you describe now is partly what most people regard as African spirituality, where like it's almost like for law enforcement kind of. If you did
Yeah,
something wrong, they put some kind of fatwa, or if, for want of a better word, on you. Then if you don't bring it out after a certain days, you pay for it. You see what I mean?
yeah.
So is that how it works, or is there anything that seems similar to like Christianity? Like is it that our traditions is what we call, was it part of our religion before?
Yeah, our tradition is also embedded in our culture. And across Africa and Nigeria, every community that are relevant to their gods, they have a way they invoke their own god before they say, oh, when they came with all the religions whether it's Christianity or Islam, they came and tell you that okay, you are a pagan, or they tell you are worshiping idol, or your god is a dead god, and all of those things. So it weakened the system that they have practiced. What I think is that some of those consequences in the modern way could have been modernized. Like for instance, if that thing caught you and they shame you through the market, I don't think in 21st century that should have been the way to do it. There should have been a modern approach to it. But that could have served us more, because in that time you will not see this criminality. You can leave your children outside and go everywhere because people know the consequences. Now the pastor can swear for you and do the wrong thing because they don't have that connection with that God. Anybody can do anything now. They tell you I swear in the name of Jesus. Go swear in the name of your God, and then you know what is that, because that God have a DNA connection with you. All of these things, the Bible also make it clear, say the blood of Jesus on the cross of Calvary. So if you relate to it, you see, and then remember that and I'm going back in summary, the biggest human sacrifice and the most popular sacrifice is Jesus Christ on the cross of Calvary. So what are they telling us? That our own sacrifice of killing goat, and that's all Jesus have died for all of this. Now, what is the killing of human being and the killing of goat? Which one is more into more wickedness? So all of this, yeah. So it's a deep thing. If I have my chance or anytime, I will take you through all of those things, and we see the transition and what they are trying to demonize us for. They did the worst.
Thank you. Thank you. Jeremy, there's this thing that they do too, where you hear they will say, they used to kill twins. Like, but it turns out that the twins killing was not exactly all over everywhere.
Who is Jeremy, please?
The Yoruba side don't
Who
kill
is
the twins.
Jeremy?
Oh no,
Yes.
sorry, Jefferson. Sorry, it's Jefferson. Because I'm trying to go in order. So, they are not killing. Is it this killing twins thing? Is that not? Is it also associated with our spirituality? Is it not? Is it not part of it? Or what do you make of
That's
that?
our ignorance.
Yeah, so in the issue of killing of twins, it's a very, very controversial issue because I want to start. Let me not go into that, but I want to say that we as Africans, our history was distorted. It was distorted, let's say 400 years back, because we were great, we had a very, very great culture. You see, our fathers, our grandfathers, our great grandfathers, and our great great grandfathers, I do not know. In fact, we had so much distorted culture, and it started 400 years. I think when the Europeans went and they had a conference and they agreed that that our continent have so many resources that that can cater for themselves in Europe, and they felt that, look, if we leave these people, they're going to be greater, and we need to find a way to destroy them and take over their resources. I believe around that period was where the beginning of our problem started, you know. And what I said, why we distorted culture history is that most of the things, like for instance, now we are not, to some extent, there's a lot of controversy in going back to African spirituality. It has to do with the diabolical practices. I think it was corrupted at a point too. It was corrupted because someone told us that what we are doing is wrong, and they felt that they had something better. I think someone even posted here that now, see the way they package Halloween. It's just kind of funny because they will tell you that what we are doing is wrong, but they want to prove that their own way is right. So the African spirituality, well, like I was trying to say before in the other show, is not entirely more of a religious ritual, but more or less like a scientific practice. I posted, yeah, it's a scientific, it's more or less like a scientific practice.
Scientific.
So, yeah, it's scientific. How? Okay, I'll give an instance. There's in science, there's what they call the torus, the hyperbole. You see, in Iboku culture, we have an artifact. If I find out, I will post it down here. That geometry depicts it depicts what they call it, the galaxy, the Milky Way. Because at the time when the people were highly spiritual, they were able to connect and see what was currently in the galaxy, and they were even able to travel across. They were able to do metaphysical travels. They were able to do all those things, but those knowledges were lost. They were lost over time.
So,
yes.
So when they say, okay, how is it that the one that seems to have lasted is when they want to go and do medicine to attack some other person's relative, or do medicine to block somebody's dream, or somebody's item is lost and they want to go and do medicine for that? It's like, is that all our spirit? Why is it that part of our spirituality, previous spirituality, that seems to have endured?
Well, because the people are corrupted now. Like I said, you see, don't forget that during that period, they destroyed. In fact, there was a lot of destruction that took place. Javon, you should be aware of this now in your own historical context. As in, if you have gone through history, you find that most of our histories within the African, within our regions, were destroyed, totally destroyed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. AY, I don't know what you can share about this. You know, they make it look bad. So what do you think? I guess what I'm looking for is like, how do they practice it in daily life? Like the way Christians do Christianity. How does it normally work?
Father, I thought you were the chief priest. You are asking us? Or?
I'm not. I don't know.
Oh, no.
I don't have a clue.
You also should understand that we have what is called temple before. There are ancient towns or villages that they have a place where they call even to sanctify the land, pray for
Yeah,
is it me?
His line is
frozen. Yeah, I'll probably be back.
If you have anything against your if you are from that land and you have anything, any grudges or any bad intent against the son of that soil, it will not work. So all of this is also in the Bible, and the Bible also have, you see, even to this modern way that people go to church and say die by fire if you do these things. So there is also, it's not like if you go to church, everything they say there, if you even listen to them, that is even fitter. Even to today's church, even currently as I'm talking to you, every Friday if you go to church, you will be hearing people gathering there invoking completely non-spirituality of any enhancing or making themselves better. Rather, they are invoking diabolical against their own.
Oh yes, that's because they are in a state of sorry, Jonah, but that's because they are actually in a state of confusion. Well,
so that's what I'm trying to say, that we could have grown in our own tradition and go to the temple, do things on our own. But when we are wiped out, when we don't have any reference like a book or to see, now they'll give you a test. Yeah, there's no book to reference to. That was okay on all the book. Okay, are you telling me now in the modern day and in the before the coming of Jesus on all this thing? African exists before them, right? So if you look at this, it's a localized religion that choose the name of their people based on the name they call them. That is that is local. If you go to China right now, you will experience a Chinese their god, their Buddhist or their monk, whatever they call them there. You will see the temple. You will go. They have temple and they have shrine. I've been to Japan. Japan have temple. They have shrine. So these are so
Hindu and all those things. Yeah.
Yes. So our own, we have the same thing, that we allow religion from another place to take it over. And you can see today our pastors, they know that thing doesn't work. Do you think that what they are telling you, that you are projecting your mind to look at, that never work for them? They have that godly God. Now in Nigeria, now you see pastor bragging, cursing out their people, fighting themselves. That is the only diabolic way that even they have used the God against themselves.
Yeah, John Abba, for instance, let me. I want to point out something. I want to point out something on the chat. No, just very quick. I'll be very, very fast. I'm sorry. I want to point out something in the chat. Like, for instance, now, within the Christendom, we have what they call the communion, where we eat the body of Christ. That's the body of Christ, and drink the blood. Guess what? Are you aware that for instance, like Igbo, do you know that the version of the communion is actually that kola, the kola nut? It is because in our language they say there's a saying that that someone who brings kola brings life. Do you understand? So that is just like a practical example of one of our practices. Now, most times when we now want to do that, they make it look like we are being, in fact, we are being backward. But it has to be done because it's part. In fact, it's even one of those things. These are one of the practices that are almost fading off because we are trying to be modernized. And I say, to what end? So do you understand? So it's just one of those things I wanted to point out, John. Don't be sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah, AY, and there's this thing that they say human sacrifice used to happen with our religions. How true is that? And could that be part of the reason why nobody wants to go back to it, because they fear that is what is part of the old religion?
I would think so, to be honest. Well, those are the part of stuff we understand, right? I think the biggest problem about African religion, African spirituality, whatever you call it, is the understanding of it. Like, nobody is really explaining it to anybody. Like, what exactly are we doing? Are we serving the same one God in terms of, or these are just multiple idols we worship? So it's not clear. Like, for example, you can explain the genesis of the Judaism, of Christianity, of Islam. I think people are also expecting the Africa traditional believers to explain kind of like details, explanation for people to understand, connect it with God. If you are serving God, if you have a different God, explain it to the people. I think that's the thing. Is just like it's just like in the dark. I know, for example, like even in the Arab world, like especially Saudi Arabia specifically, they used to be heavy on idol worshiper, right? Before the advent of Islam, they were heavy on idol worshiper, killing people themselves, do all barbaric stuff. So when Prophet Muhammad came, clean up the land, start giving them a new message. So this is what happened, how that region transformed. But in terms of Africa, I would really love to see somebody that will really explain it to me, because what I see in some kind of area I know, it's more like a family have idol they worship. I know in Yoruba they have like Ongu, Shongo, stuff like that. The explanation again is not clear. Even in Igbo, I think they have one they call I forgot the name. My friend used to tell me about that. So they have all those kind of stuff, but I think the clarity of the message is that's where the problem is. Just like you said, I know where they've said, even like this, our traditional rulers, for example, a lot of human sacrifice were involved, even in the coronation, a lot of them. So all this kind of stuff. So I think that's what kind of make people to be scared. I kind of move away from it. Of course, there are still tribes that are very deep in Africa tradition, even when where it's also confusing. Just like as I hear Jefferson talking, I used to think, well, I would think he's a very good Christian. Now, one hand, you believe in Christianity, believe in Jesus' message. On the other hand, are you expecting him to believe in Africa tradition? There is conflict. As for Muslims, are you telling a Muslim to believe in Islam, believe in God, believe in the messengers? You are telling the person to also believe in Africa tradition that actually contradict to the other message. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be a one message that is clear to somebody. I say, okay, this is what I believe in. This is how I worship my God. But this how I worship my God is not clear to even the Africans themselves.
Yeah,
Even
let me
the
ask you
traditional
quickly.
worshippers
Let me ask you,
themselves.
like, when they pour libation, they break cola. Where, because like when they pour libation and all those things, they talk about like ancestors and all those things. Is that part of religion or just a cultural thing?
So I'm as confused as you, right? That's exactly my whole question. Maybe Jago will be able to explain this, or I speak the truth. They are vast. Like, how do you explain it? What are you doing when you take the cola, when you take this? Who are you? Are you ancestors? Are they our God? So there is a lot of gray area in Africa traditional religion. Even when you meet people that practice it, they can't explain. So you can't really engage them because you don't even understand. It's like somebody not understanding what they are doing. You can't even explain the connection, what exactly it is, So I will stop there.
Thank you for that. I'm sure Jagon, yeah, you are. I know you do studies about some of these things. So, what do you think about it? Is our traditions? Where is the misunderstanding coming from? Yeah.
My understanding, not necessarily belief. My understanding is that as John Abbott still here, he's gone. As he said, there is a difference between religion and spirituality, and in both there is good and bad. In both, I believe religion stunts one's growth in spiritual terms. That's my belief. I believe in spirituality of any kind. There are areas that you can enter into that can be extremely dark. Now, I'll begin like this. My understanding of world religions is about shrine and temple. And I think these were good things to bring up so that we clear our mind of spiritual houses. You know, we have today the synagogue, the church, and the mosque. These are spiritual houses that come from somewhere. You know, they didn't pop up by themselves. So I would like to move on by saying, in the Ifa that I understand, in the pouring of libation and the breaking of kola nut, there is a lot of mysticism and communication to the spirit world and through the spirit world.
Jagun, there's a bit of noise coming through your audio. It's like
Really?
this, yeah.
I'm not sure how to get
maybe
it
you
better.
put it somewhere. It's
yesterday,
very unusual.
Yesterday I was hacked. My WhatsApp was hacked and it messed up my whole thing, man. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, man.
Wow.
By our people, now, Niger people. And now you're first attack. They come search me out, man. I'm telling you.
Niger priest.
I'm hoping that's better. The pouring of libation and the breaking of kola nut. Pouring of libation is about memory, remembrance of our ancestry. Kola nut is an energy. I hope you are aware that the original Coca-Cola was the kola nut and the coca leaf from South America. These two were merged in order to bring a drink that gave us energy in terms of the what is the property in cola? In terms of caffeine, exactly, and what caffeine does to the human body in terms of the energy that it gives you and the focus that it gives you. Now, when we speak about what is called African spirituality, you know, I'm not an Egyptologist by any means, but I do look at it deeply. And in Egypt, the level of fantasticness in terms of what they were able to do spiritually, and then what you see in the Torah, what you see in the Bible, and indeed what you see in the Quran, we can identify everything nearly in the Egypt state and what Egypt was. There is too much that has come out of Egypt and entered into all these global religions that you cannot deny. Now, I go back to say, when you look at Egyptology and where that in itself stems from, it's within Africa itself. It's within Africa itself. So to bring this down now to the Ifa that I have some understanding in, the Ifa is not a joke. It's not a joke. Somebody made mention that these things are very scientific. But yes, they are scientific, but they're still spiritual, and they're still about the communication and the connectivity to the human state. Now, Shango and the Ifa, it's all mathematics. There's something called the flower of life. I would like you each to take a look into it and satisfy yourself. The flower of life is such a deep thing. There are only two peoples in the world, in the whole world, that have kept it from antiquity. And those two groups are the Chinese and the Yoruba. I kid you not. Maybe there are others that I'm not aware of, but these two I'm very aware of. And the flower of life is so fantastically deep. It's like, I don't know how we can ignore this. Now, somebody made mention that it's all been kind of thrown away or lost. It hasn't been thrown away or lost. Those families in the West know exactly what it is, and they manipulate the world using this power. The difference between, I would even stretch back, is not when they landed in Africa in 1492 or whatever it was. It was further back. It was the transmission between Egypt and Greece that really the manipulation begun, and the changing of names, changing of attitudes, and the changing. And then that morphed from Greece into Rome into the rest of Europe. That's what really took place. But all of that spirituality that they are using, it came from us, and they shaped it, you know.
Well,
So
but okay, like from what I can see, the Yoruba traditions and religion seems to be more intact in terms of the way they proselytize it around the world. It's not necessarily regarded as, you know, black magic. However, so what is the difference between the normal
no,
Yoruba religion?
they do see it as black magic.
I want to ask you one pertinent question that I think it has been I've had before. Like, what is the difference between Yoruba normal Ifa religion versus voodoo?
Well, these two hail from the countries of Togo, Benin, and Western Nigeria. That is where those traditions come from. In Western Nigeria, it is more Ifa, and Ifa is more about the divination plate. If you see the divination plate and you look at the Ouija board, just do that for yourself. Just put into the thing the plate of divination and the Ouija board, and you check the difference. Now, in Europe and the West, they'll be using the Ouija board like some kind of, you know, everybody hold hands and all this nonsense that they're doing, and they're conjuring spirits, or they're going back into their own ancestries through the Ouija board. Now, the divination plate is about communication based on the binary system. It's based on a binary system. It is mathematics, not just mathematics in the physical terms that communicates with the spiritual world. If you are with
That's
me.
Mahat.
Very, very good. Exactly like Mahat. Very good. So again, these are where you can see these connections. So what takes place in voodoo, what they call voodoo, is still kind of coming out of the Ifa tradition, but it's a different tradition of the fun of some of the Ewe. And then the Ewe, between Ewe and Yoruba, they're very close in how they see things. The Da, you know, it was called Dahomey before, but it is Dagambe. The Dagambe people of Togo, they have a lot of this thing. You understand? It's slightly different from the Ifa, but it comes from the same stem, if you like.
Okay.
Could I say something?
I think I speak the two comes first. I don't know. Maybe it will let you go ahead. I just wanted to ask you one more though. Like, how is it that because the topic is about why is it misunderstood? Because whenever they talk about African religion, it's like there's some dark alley where, you know, some shady and grimy stuff. How do you
wanted to give...
Wait. Let me ask the question, brother. Let's be orderly.
How do you think it can be made more mainstream, like religion that everybody practices?
Well, I think it is going to be
sanitized.
I hear you. You see, we in this day and age, we must be careful of being so comfortable and so laudable about we being so far ahead of those in the past. My feeling is that we have lost more of our intention today than those people from yesterday. Those people of yesterday had a closer understanding of how this world really works, the plant world, the nature, God, and themselves within. But we, because we believe that, we're scientific, we like the white way of doing things, because of all these levels of putting rubbish in our head, we think we're better than somebody. We ain't better than no one. You know what I mean? We're just human beings. We must stand on the floor. You understand? What raises us is the level of truth, connectivity that we have with the Father. But
maybe, do you think if we stop killing chickens, you know, like with blood and all those things, it would help? Because it puts your modern people off. You don't see
bro, you see what? This world is real. I'm not concerned with modern people. I'm not concerned. You may be, because it adds embarrassment to you. Oh, we didn't do that. Oh, that's no, we didn't. Wait.
Okay, go ahead.
All I want to say, brother, is that blood is energy. It's a real thing. We can't pretend. We cannot pretend. Today, they do blood transfusions. Today. They're doing blood transfusions. Do you know there are so many places, areas that say that, man, we shouldn't do this. It's very wrong. You can't mix the blood. But the thing is, that's what we do today. Why don't we suggest that that is damned awful? Because it's done in a hospital and it's all clinical and everybody agrees. You understand? We have to take our shame out of us and look at the reality of these things.
Yeah,
Blood
but these
contains.
Gen Z people, they get squeamish and they don't know where the chicken turns into human blood.
So,
You see how
Niger, could you give us a chance, though? You just
okay.
questioning
I'm just asking
as if
questions. I'm trying to ask questions because this is a serious topic, really.
Hey,
how
ladies,
about another perspective,
can
man?
I put this to you? Can do. After me, there's somebody else between me and you. You're gonna have to listen and let that person speak. You can't just push in because you've got something in your head. No, you can't do that, brother. We're orderly here. Orderly. Get that word in your head. You see me? So I'll continue like this. I would end on this because as you said, it's got to go round and round. I'll end on this. Eshu. Eshu. Do you know who, or have you heard the word Eshu before?
I've heard of issue, yes.
Eshu is, again, part of the pantheon of the Yoruba Ifa. And
Yeah.
Eshu has been underlined by the European as the devil. Now, within Ifa, if you understand it, it is not the devil. It is a further thing away from the devil. But Eshu is a trickster. He is wise, worldly wise. Now, look at the name Eshu and look at the name Yeshua. If you see the symbolism, the link between those two names, and when you go into it, how deep it is, bruh, do you know the word Yahushua? Do you know that word?
No.
That is the original name of the person they called Jesus.
Oh,
Now,
yeah, Yeshua, yeah.
Now, the word Jesus and Zeus, look at those two words and find out whose use is. Find out whose use is, then you'll see who or where the name Jesus comes from. I'll end on that.
Thank you. I speak the truth. I don't know. Maybe they should do away with some of the chickens. All those. The calabashes. You have to make it look pretty for these Gen Zs. It will be too real for them. And whenever they tell them, they think, they used to kill people. Now they want us to be killing chicken in the streets of London. They won't want to practice it. You see what I mean?
Well, if they don't want to practice, then everybody, you're not forced. Because if you went to a doctor, for example, and you had a headache, and he told you take Tylenol, you're not going to say, no, I'm not going to take Tylenol. I feel like eating rice. You'll say, well, if you eat rice, you're still going to have the headache. So the blood is part of that tradition. But piggybacking, and I think AY has a lot to say. He's just holding off. And I know because yeah. So AY has a lot to say, but he's just being chill. But to what Jefferson said, it hasn't been lost. Someone asked a black bone or something. Say it hasn't been lost. It's just very few practitioners. What Jefferson was talking about is geomancy, where the study of the stars and the mathematical thing. In Arabic, they call it also alchemy. So you could say ilm kemia, rimia, simia. Anyway, I know you're listening, but these are things you're supposed to avoid. Like Jack just talked about the Ouija board. They're not things you play with. Africa cannot. They said, "Oh, Africans, they don't go back to their tradition. They left their tradition, and they now follow the white man or the Arab." I'll speak for Southern Nigeria. You cannot separate the Southern Nigerian from his traditional beliefs. People can pretend all they want in public. They can
That's true.
they can carry on and pretend all they want in public. But they at the very least, they mix it up. They mix their Christianity with their traditional religion, or they mix their Islam with the traditional religion,
Yeah, but so the
which
people, do you think people don't misunderstand it that the religion, the way they think about it is how it is: chickens, goats, sometimes taste for human blood, and But I feel like there is more to it, like all the basic traditions, cola nuts, libations, the way we talk to our ancestors, and
I don't,
the Yoruba pantheon is very rich too.
I don't,
So it's all these things clouding all that fantastical stories and beliefs that
I
lies
don't,
behind this.
I don't know about taste for human blood. That is something
Oh,
that is beyond my understanding of how these things work. But if you talk about, for example, the libation is, it's like this. Before the advent, I before let me not stray off. Let me stay on the trajectory I was before you ask this question. The reason they mix this up, and if you see it in the everyday in the everyday workings of for example, the southern Nigeria, they don't believe in the church as much as they profess on the Sunday. No, and I, people might get offended in the comment section. You know, people might get offended listening, but if they have a real problem, real problem, they know who they run into. They're not running to their preacher. So what they ask for example, in these things that request is libation, and they request is cola nuts. It is unseen science. Remember, forefathers, me and you have talked about this before, and you were like, "Oh, how can just the same thing? How can they make it fancy?" No, you can't make it fancy because it is what it is.
Mm.
It is what it is. That's the rules. But for example, like,
But Christianity has changed now. All this one where they are
and
taking.
how well has it worked out for them? I'll tell you something, and AY can attest to this. A lot of your preachers, if you gave the average, Christian right now, say someone in his family just went insane, had a mental problem. Don't take him to the hospital. And we're talking real now. Me, I don't have time to pretend about anything. You had a mental problem in your house right now. Take him to your preacher. He's going to become crazier. The average preacher does not know what to do with him. The average preacher does not know what to do with him. Take him to your traditionalist, the ones that know what they're doing. They can get that handled. So my point before because I took some notes.
They could get the handle, but after you go and get some rabbit head and so many different things, that all those things.
Because that is what they want. So it's very simple. You can either carry it out the way they ask for and get your cure, or you can just go ahead and go get all your pills and
Okay, now I'll ask you one final question before. No, I hear your point now. Or do you want to make another point? You can go ahead and make it. So I wanted to ask you the question about is it not worth a little bit of sacrifice of originality? Let the originality people do that, but you have the one that is well packaged for the Gen Zs and the new generation that want to know about the Oshuns and all the pantheons, all the cheese and all the traditional.
Because you think it's like something to have fun with. This is how
No.
this is how Christianity, for example, got distorted, and people say it is corrupt, and certain people get upset when you start trying to pander to people, saying, "Well, who cares? It is either it works this way or it doesn't work this way. Who cares if Gen Z's join it? Why do you care? It's not a part.
No, but the reason why is because you know that there are deeper practices within Christianity that is not necessarily done by normal Christians or even Muslims. There are things that are done by people that are higher up or deeper into this
Like
thing.
what?
I don't know. I know there is.
So you don't. So you
Yeah,
don't
like
know.
what? Tell us.
Like what?
Let me see. You know, like Opus Dei. Opus Dei is different. It's not your everyday. They are part of the Catholic faith, but they are not
And
normal.
what's the significance
they
of
flog
Opus?
themselves. They do self mutilation.
And
You
what
know,
does that what does that do in terms of spirituality?
it makes them more. They feel like they are closer to God or nunnery. You know, like all these nuns. They are not
But
your normal
that
Christianity, is it?
that's not like what we're talking about.
No, it's a kind of showing the point I'm making that you could package certain things in certain ways. You see what I mean? You know, we have to think outside the box.
But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. The question you were leading on with them, which was where I was trying to get to, were the issues of libation, why they call this dark magic, and you made a statement about why is it that the only things that exist now are the diabolical ones? Why is it the ones you hear about killing people's dreams, destroying marriages, making people unfortunate? So these were the things I was, yes, these were the things I was leaning towards, and I was going to go into that, go into Santeria, for example, and go into how these the gods that Africa worships, where they from, and the understanding on what they really are. You know, this and I was going to go further, talk about the jinns, but it's all right. We can continue. It's a very deep subject. It's either you understand or you don't.
No, I do understand, you know, to an extent, like what your point of view, like Jagan believes that too. But I'm just thinking that if we are to kind of, you know, make it easy for people to go back and move away from these Western religions, you need to also look at making the traditional ones a bit more
The Western religions
inviting.
really can't do anything for you. Let me
but
make a
it's doing something for them. They are practicing it on. Are you not the one that sent me the link?
Exactly. I just sent you a link, and what were they doing? Is you can
They're
play for
taking money, and it's working for them.
Their money. So how is that working? But I'll say this. Do you know that a lot of these preachers that in Nigeria, South Africa, there was one in Jamaica that died, I think like 2 years ago in an accident after he came back from Africa. These so-called miracles that they say they perform, they actually have to go to the magicians who we call, they're magicians, basically, sahirs. They call them, they go to the sahirs. You see everybody's just there. They go to the sahirs and they get, they tell them what to do. They give them the rituals to make. That's why you see sometimes they'll say a preacher can find out, you in the audience, and he can find out what you came there for. Because something you can be in your house. Let me tell you something now, and this is mad deep. You could be in your house. You could be in your house, and this something, and they'll tell you all the way from wherever they are what you're wearing, who's with you, what's happening outside your house, and they'll tell you all these things.
Hey, I speak the truth.
I will look for
just like
cameras.
Papa I don't want to disclose his state, for example. They will tell you they will tell your village.
No, jokes apart. They will tell, like, but
no, for real.
No, it's for real. But you have to stay away from these things. You just have to stay away, because the things that they're invoking is something that, you know, actually the expression, man. It's all right.
Don't even start. let's welcome I Can Fire. All the way from Kingston, Jamaica. You know, we should have given him this thing, because Kingston, Jamaica is a third world country. We have to treat him like he's a
man.
Are you trying to disrespect I Can Fire?
No, he's my man. I'm just joking. He's my man now.
Thank you, man, and thank you, Jagaban, for the disciplinary action.
Thank you,
You
my
feel
brother.
me?
Thank you, my brother. I know you get
Anyway,
away with calling me Jagaban when it's Jagun. Me, share Jagabano. Me, share me.
Shaka Ban.
President. Anyway, I wanted to say something to AI. You feel me? He had a question as it who is God? What is God? And all that. You feel me? And I wanted to give all of you a perspective on I think how God should be seen. God is not a who. I think God is a what. I mean, God is science. God is technology. God is the earth. God is water. God is air. God is so what I'm saying, and that's what even Egypt is all about. And that's what African spirituality is all about. Now, African spirituality is to be modernized, not to be non-existent. It's just to be modernized. I think Christianity had turned Africans into black killers. Therefore, a traditionalist combined with Christianity have made voodoo and African spirituality very dangerous to black people, to their own selves. It's very dangerous because Christianity has overwhelmed the way of thinking and had made our thinking a bit white and pro-European. So having spirituality in the minds of those, having African spirituality in the minds of that type of people is very dangerous to us. That's how I look at it. And when I say modernize, I mean, yeah, if you are not afflicted by Christianity and you are pro-black, then I think it would be used in the best interest of black people. I also think it should be combined in a sense with health. You feel me? Where we take interest in educating our people. So if African spirituality is in the hands of very educated people, then they could be incorporated into the health administration, where maybe the hospital would have a segment of African spirituality. You feel me? So it could be of assistance. And also I think they are using God to kill us, because God is good and God is bad. God is evil and God is good. God is positive and negative. So when I say that is science in the modern way is actually using God. So if you take your raw materials and build weapons with it, you're using God to defend yourself or kill you, or you defend yourself from them. So what guns is what they use. I think it's in Africa a lot. I think Morocco is what they use to conquer Africa, because it has potassium. Potassium, I think, involves making gunpowder, and gunpowder is what they use to conquer Africa. It's in a lot of West Africa. You feel me? So
you think we should modernize the religion?
We should modernize African spirituality in terms of having a wicked person in charge of these things is very dangerous. Having African patriots, black loyalists in charge of these things would be safer for you. So now it would be more liberal, where you can a person with his magic tricks can perform on the street and and make our theater and make economics out of it. You feel me? You understand? Instead of, so sometimes you don't have to be cutting off a chicken's neck, and most of our people are doing it for financial gain. So I think it should be modernized. You feel me? And I think
Yeah.
science. I think science should be implemented more because it is using God to develop. You feel me? It is using God in terms of mixing God together to create things.
Yeah.
You feel me? So that's what African spirituality is. And that's what they use in terms of Egypt, where Egypt has taught Greece and Rome how to use science to grow. You feel me? And elevate. And it comes from African spirituality. So that's my explanation about what God is.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think there is something to be said for um, modernizing, because it's quite a powerful thing if you think about it. Because can you imagine the diaspora and the children, and they feel, whenever they feel the pull of spirituality, where they will go to is the African tradition, religions, instead of being pulled to Christianity or Islam or any other one, Hinduism, they'll be pulled towards the African traditions. And I think maybe there's something to be said for that. It might be actually be very powerful if we find a way to do that without losing the heart of the religion. Clearly, we want to do away with some of the practices. I don't think anybody's here for human sacrifice or, I guess some people are still fine with goats and chickens. So, but human sacrifice, I'm sure almost everybody unanimously would not want that to remain. And I just think maybe something, but so far Jagon doesn't like it. Spiritu doesn't like it. Jeremy Jefferson doesn't like it. AY, I'm not so sure where he stands on it. But eccentric cast, where do you stand on this? I'm with what's it? I can fire on this. That maybe we can do something. Those calabashes and chicken blood in calabash is not very trendy.
It's not appealing
I mean,
to
Yeah.
what if you can use the spirit to become a mason? Hold on. What if you could use the spirit to become a mason or a plumber? So if you could do that, that would be great. Now we don't have to go on heights. You feel me? So I think we should use it to benefit us. If it's not beneficial, if it's not beneficial spiritually and physically, I think it's unnecessary. It's plain. You feel me?
All right.
And we are being conquered while we
Hold on.
playing. So that's how I see it.
Well, see, the thing is, most of us here are not initiates, right? We're not initiates into any of the secrets from where we came from. So we don't really have authority to speak on these things, right? We only speaking in the surface. I can't fire. I will advise you to listen. You know what I mean? Like, listen, because you've lost all the ways. Or I should say you should do your research. You know what I mean? Do your research, be humble. First of all, you need to understand what the basis are for African religion. You know what I mean? You have to know the foundation of it before you criticize it or before you misrepresent it, right? I've listened to what you said here. It had nothing to do with African religion at all. You know what I'm saying? Human sacrifice, talking about human sacrifice. I mean, this in Europe and in the West, they've been killing people in their thousands and millions in their wars.
Bro, did I say anything about human sacrifice?
You know what I'm saying? Like,
hold on. Bro, did I say anything
Wait,
about human sacrifice? Why are you involving my name in that?
Calm down.
Man, discipline your parents. Go discipline your parents, bro. Don't come here. Discipline your children and your parents. Don't come over here. You don't know nothing about me. Be quiet.
All the things you said on misrepresentation of African religion. That's my point. You know what I mean? Like, you should.
I said nothing about. I said nothing in opposition of African religion or spirituality. So what are you talking about?
Modernized African tradition. What are you talking about? Anyways, so
what?
Wait, hold on. Just calm down. You gotta listen, man. You gotta listen. Listen. Here's
Don't call my name, man.
Here's my advice. If you want to learn about African tradition, go and become an initiate. Go back home. Initiate yourself with one of the secrets over there. You know, I came from families, my uncles are part of the secret societies back home. You know what I'm saying? Like most of the things they do in the surface level, they use it to scare away people like you. So that way you don't know what they're doing in the secret. You know, most of what they do are scientific. Listen, the basis of it is Earth as a living being. You know what I mean? It's all about the planet being a living being. You know, that's why we pour libation. We pour libation to Ane. Ane is Earth as a female. That's why we pour libation. You know, and then we say positive affirmations, you know, mentioned in a lot of deities and whatnot. Most of these things, they have scientific basis to it. You know what I mean? That's why most of iron smelting that we do, sculptures that we built back then are all tied with religion. It's all part of religion. You know, if you look at all the iron smeltings and all the things that they built in Ilefe, those things are part of their religion as well. There was no separation with science and religion. And it was the same thing in ancient Egypt. The secrets, most of the documents that were found that talks about atoms, that talk about astronomy, those were all in part of their secrets, and the initiates were not part of it. What Europeans did was they created universities. Before, universities used to be only for the elites. You know what I mean? University used to be for the initiates only. You know, what they did was they made university accessible for everyone, and now you can go learn chemistry. Chemistry is alchemy. That's part of the alchemy. Chemistry, you know, you learn about atoms and subatomic particles. Those are the things that they talk about in the secrets. But they use
where does the word chemistry come from?
Chemistry. Listen, chemistry has its origin from agriculture. You know what I mean?
No, you're correct. I'm not taking away anything from what you say. Chemistry is from the word. Tell me, wait, if I can. Chemistry is from the word.
He don't know that.
Chemi.
Yeah, he don't know that.
From the word chem.
We can debate that. I don't want to debate that whole etymology of chemistry.
Okay.
That's like that. You know, that stuff. I don't want to even believe that. There's no document to prove that.
Okay, continue, bro. No worries.
I don't know how to read hieroglyphics, so I cannot substantiate that claim. You know,
okay, that's for you, but there are documents to prove it.
Like, what's that? Chemistry has nothing to do with Kemet. Anyways, yeah, it has nothing to do with
No, you continue. You don't know
everything to do with Kemet.
Fearless, leave him.
Kemet created chemistry.
Exactly, but leave him. Let him talk.
No, man. Chemistry.
No, you don't have to say anything. You keep with your belief. The rest of us will do our own. Continue your vein.
Let me finish my submissions. Chemistry. We can look up the etymology of chemistry. It's an English word. You can look up the etymology. You might have
you're repeating yourself.
No one cares.
It's an African word.
It's becoming boring.
Chemistry originated from Africa.
Yeah, move on.
Leave him.
Know it all.
He don't know nothing. Just leave him.
Move around.
No, because I'm trying to understand what he's actually saying, because what is your point?
We don't want to understand. We don't want to understand because he's coming.
My point is, someone like Ikenfire can come in here and just misrepresent Africa. Africa as a continent, the whole Africa as a continent with all the diverse beliefs. He just like put it in one box. Like, come on, man, don't do that.
But we know that the beliefs tend to be in certain direction now. So what is your point? I'm trying to understand what you are saying. I know that you are going after Ikenfire.
I don't know why you're coming after me.
Yield the floor to me. Let me finish.
Who are you?
Let me work.
Ikenfire confused.
Listen, the doggons, right? The doggons. Don't go look up.
Guys is bugging, son.
So
that's the problem with black people. That's the problem with black people. We leave the whole Europe. We leave the whole Europe and pick on each other. Are you gonna leave all of Europe to pick on a brother?
No, don't worry about him. I think
it
it doesn't mean any insult. Please
Just
go
gotta
ahead.
believe
The
I
Dogons.
know you don't mean no insult, but
No,
it's
It's
just
all right.
this
I can't cry. It's
tendency
all
of
right, brother. It's all right. Make him go on. Make him go on, brother.
listen, the Dogons, right, knew about Sirius B. You know what I'm saying? One of the brightest stars out there. And that was way back in the 70s, before Europeans actually came up with a telescope that could go that far to see a Sirius B star. The Dogons knew about Sirius B stars. You know what I'm saying? They can map.
Can I ask you a question? Can I just ask you a quick question?
That's part of our. That's a part of our
No,
religion.
no, it's okay. It's okay. I'm asking you for permission to ask you a question.
Go ahead, ask me a question.
Yeah,
You're gonna throw me off. You're gonna throw me off.
No,
Go ahead.
okay. Okay, thank you. I won't throw you off because it's about what you just said. I want to ask you, sir, if you didn't learn that information about the Dogon from recent YouTube television, because I've known about the Dogon before television came out. If you heard that, and when the whole understanding of that text is coming from a European, if you did not hear that from the YouTube that you heard it from, would you believe it if I told you? You told me that it's I have no facts. Would you believe it? Let me ask that.
Who's I will believe it? Listen, I've read cosmology. I've read cosmology. Okay, hold on. That's fine. You don't believe me? That's fine. You don't got to believe me. You don't have to believe me. I mean, it's not religion.
I learned things off YouTube also, bro. You can be proud of it.
Yeah, we learn stuff from YouTube.
You know, there's information everywhere, but there's a way that information comes to black people.
How you gonna ask him and he says he would have believed you and you said no, you wouldn't have. But at the same time, he couldn't just have learned it on YouTube if he says he has familial experience with it.
No, that's fair enough. The only reason why I asked him the question. Okay, but the only reason why I asked him the question is because he had a problem with the word Kemet, and that was the etymology of the word chemistry, and he said he's got no proof. Wait.
I can't substantiate.
Would you shut up and wait? Look, please. I'm speaking to someone.
At a time now.
Oh, don't let him disturb me, man. Don't disturb me. I'm not calming down. I'm not calming down. Oh, Kashi, don't interrupt me.
One at a time.
I'm saying to you, speak the truth. I'm going back to the point that he rejected Kemet for a certain reason. So I wondered whether he would reject the information that he was given about the Dogon. Because,
but to be fair, it's his turn to talk. But
okay, let him talk then. You know, you crashed him. I was questioning you.
Yeah. No. To be fair, he did say he just did not have evidence to that fact. Yeah, so I took it to mean he was just going to go check. He said he didn't know.
Nah, man, he don't believe, which is fair enough. It's all right. Let him go on.
Well,
all right.
Hold on. Let me finish. The point I was trying to make is that African traditions and religion, right, are not like what the Germans call a fetish, or how they represent it in the West, right? It's deeper than that. It's scientific. If and I have my premise for that. If the Dogons are able to map Sirius B constellation, there's something going on there. There's something scientific going on there, and we can see that in other traditions, in Yoruba and Igbo. We can see it in most traditions in Africa, right? We can see how the traditional religion has something to do with science, right? So there is science there. It's not just about killing chicken and killing and whatever human sacrifice.
The issue is not necessarily about the issue. I don't know if you can hear me. The issue is not about whether we have scientific stuff in our practices.
That's
probably
right.
we did. The issue is about how people perceive the religion, because that's why I put it.
No. If I may, forefather, the issue is, I wonder why the word scientific is more acceptable to us on not all of us, but us on this platform. Why didn't he use the word spiritual? How does he know that the Dogon got that information scientifically against spiritually? How does he know? Why is he using the word scientific? Why are you using the word scientific? So it can become more Europeanized and more acceptable.
No, it's not. No. Let's be fair now. When you use scientific term, it means that it tends to be more closer to the truth of, at least from what we know with our
But
own
he
eyes.
started.
this
He
is what I'm saying.
actually, Jagun. He actually did start of saying spirituality is tied in with science. That was how he
Yeah.
actually did
Well,
start.
I hear that. I hear that you guys may be able to take it, but I'm listening as carefully as anybody else. And in my listening, I can see preferences, and the preferences are to steer away from what is African and enter more into what is modern and acceptable. And I've got an issue. I've got an issue with that because it takes away from us. That's all I'm
See,
saying.
but Jagun,
Thank
though,
God for AI.
spiritualism
Thank God for
doesn't
AI.
necessarily mean
Even
that
AI
we
acknowledge
are
that
not
chemistry
scientific. We are
originates
scientific.
from Egypt, which means black. Oh, the same AI that everybody's jumping on or clapping for today. So you can go and do your research. Chemistry is an African. It originates from Africa. Okay.
That's the point. Jago, you know about the Ogun this thing now. Is it not tied to blacksmiths in the Yoruba Ifa culture?
You can call that thing. You can call it scientific. You know, you can call it scientific if you wish. I'm not quibbling about the word scientific. I'm quibbling about our preferences in the way we speak and express it. Where this whole conversation is about African spirituality, but we are wanting to obviously modernize things mentally and make it palatable for everybody. And in this trying to make it palatable, we want the easiest words for people to appreciate. And I'm saying that takes away from our strength. It takes away from the strength and confidence in what it is that we're talking about.
Forefathers, when you keep saying, because you and I have gone through this conversation before, different times. When you say you want it modernized, can you please explain
Sorry,
to us?
there's an echo somewhere.
That is
Yes.
I think that seems to be the bone of contention. So when you say you want to modernize, you explain to us in your own words.
I think when I say that is I'm thinking maybe it will benefit us if we remove that conjuring of image of chickens and people doing chicken with blood somewhere over somewhere. If we take that part away and we introduce them to the core of the religion, which is the Ifa doctrine, the teachings,
So let
and
me interrupt you here. So you're telling the Babalawo right now that says you came to him with a problem. Before he can invoke the spirits that can assist him or that can help him out, right? He needs to wave a chicken around his head and dance over a dead goat, whatever. You're saying, whoa. Maybe don't do the chicken thing. And he's saying, no, that's the only way I can get the spirits to help me. You say no. So what are you telling them to do? Go get McDonald's or get Burger King? What?
I say if you are going to do those things, do it for the areas that are not necessarily at the forefront of the religion, because so far all they keep showing people is all those areas that make it seem like it's backward.
So
you want to have people, the front should be the pantheons, the gods, the doctrines, not
so
the
basically diluted like they did Christianity. This is what you're telling them to do.
No, not necessarily.
And
It
can
can
change
still
it to
remain
make
there, but
everybody
you
satisfied.
repackage it. You don't say people should walk with their ass backward or something like that. What is happening right now is that we are putting the most unattractive part at the forefront, at least in terms of the way
Attractive to who?
See, you have to understand the part that
And for
invites
what?
people in. No, the parts that invite people in. If you want your people to come and come towards your religion, and given that they are all kind of conditioned to believe in Western and Judeo-Christian religion and Middle Eastern religions, you want them to now still be able to come to the African ones because it is packaged in such a way that they can relate to it. They find it easier to access. I don't know if you know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean. When was the last time you had a Babalawo or a Dibia knock on your door and tell you to come become part of his religion.
That too is something you could change. You can evangelize. You can want to convert
You
people.
want them to evangelize? No, I'm saying they don't need adherence to their religion.
You see,
They're not looking
do you
for it.
want to grow or you want us to die out and let our people keep worshiping in Israel, other people's religions?
Okay, so you're saying you don't want them to die out, but you want numbers. But you're saying, well, for us to come to you, which I can tell you why I wouldn't even practice them, even though I know a lot about them, but you're telling them for us to come to you, you have to change your religion, meaning you have to kill parts of your religion, which means it will eventually die out anyways. So whether you come to it and insist that it changes or you stay away from it, it's going to die out anyway.
The essential parts don't have to be changed.
How can you decide what is an essential part as an outsider?
The truth is that whatever they are practicing today has changed from what it was. They like it or not.
Like what?
Maybe the number of times they kill chickens has reduced.
Like
Clearly.
This
chicken business. This is about chickens right now.
This ain't serious. This ain't serious. This ain't serious at all.
No, this is very, very serious matter. No, seriously, because I'm thinking about it in my mind. I'm thinking if we package it well, you could have young people return. And don't you want that? You want them to remain
again, like I told you, if what I do involves me getting this soda and getting this pen and waving this cleaner over my head a certain amount of time, and you say, well, you know what, I don't like the color black and I don't like the color black on the cleaner, and I said, listen, that's the only way I could get this thing to work. You say, no, why? I don't like the color black. I'm part of the Proud Boys. Why don't you get a white one? And I'm saying, well, if I use a white one, it's not gonna work. You say, well, it'll make me feel better if you get a white one. You're killing my religion.
I'm saying that you can use the black one, but you can use it after you invite me in, or people that want to do that level. Some people want to learn about the doctrines, how you should treat your wife, how you should treat your fellow human beings. They want to learn about their gods, what they are. They don't necessarily want to do. They don't necessarily want to do some parts of the rituals. They want to learn those things, and if you have to give them an opportunity to learn, and those areas are the vast majority of the religion anyway.
So the problem is you are disassociating the tradition from the religion, right? Like the culture from the religion. There is no separation here. There's no separation from the culture and the religion. Like in Igbo land, for instance, right? All their traditional beliefs are part of their religion. Like, you're supposed to be married. You're supposed to marry one woman. If you're a thief, there's someone will come in and find out who stole something, right?
Did you say Igbo tradition? You have to marry one woman. Where did you hear that one?
No, that one woman is not true.
Where did you hear that they say one woman?
I'm saying it's just that because
if I can, forefather. There are two people who haven't spoken. Just bring them in before anyone else speaks, please.
I think that makes sense. Let me.
You guys.
Okay. Take 1 minute to finish your point, please. Eccentricas, please take 1 minute to finish your point.
All right, let me finish my point. 1 minute here. The religion and the traditions are not separate. It's the same thing, right? And you have to understand the structures of it. There are like secrets, in many cultures. Yoruba people have their secrets. Igbo people have their own secrets. There's Ogboni, which is Yoruba, and there are all the secrets out there. Secret organizations out there. And then there are religions that are kind of similar to Christianity, like the Cherubim and Seraphim, right? They have African tradition and with a mixture of Christianity. And then there is the concept of Dibia, right? The native doctor, who is basically a doctor, like you have in the Western world, right? He cures with herbs and he mixes herbs and all that. And these are things that are passed on, to. Okay, for instance, like in the past, prior to colonialism, right? Igbo people had like a chief, like in the area of like Omaya, right? The Arachuku. I think Arachuku is like the throne room, right? That's where the chief priest was located at. in that region, right? So if there's any issues that involve any social problems, they go in there and the person presides over it, listens to everything, and then consults their deities and whatnot. And of course, it was corrupted, stuff like that. But we need to understand like the structures of it first of all, in order to not confuse it with like the structure of religion in the West. It's not similar. You know what I mean? And we are looking at it from that premise, and that's why we're making mistakes here. We there's no church for you to convert to. There's no. That's why
Thank
in
you.
Igbo,
Thank
in
you. I
Igbo,
think it's more than 1 minute now.
Oh,
Try to be strict about it. It's more than 1 minute.
Central Cast is Dibia.
what did I
Yeah,
say?
it's Dibia now. See, my point is that many of you are saying they are not misunderstanding African religions. That it's the way we are seeing it is the way it's meant to be. Personally, I don't know. Kene gave me the impression that the people are misunderstanding it. I think you are next, isn't it? Yeah, Nigeria is a very great country. You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah. How many minutes do I have?
Yeah, we are not timing it strictly.
Well, what it is, we're just making our initial comments. So
okay, thank you.
Just be nice and rounded.
Okay, thank you. So I want to point out something right here. African spirituality is not what you read in a book or what you watch on YouTube. Okay. Number two, African spirituality is quite different from religion. Religion is an Englishman's word. We don't have religion as Africans. We are spiritual people, native people. Okay. So whoever that is coming here to say African religion is making a big mistake. Trash that. I was born in a family of spiritual people. My parents were not native doctors. No, never. But we are spiritual people. Okay. So if you're talking about, killing chickens and all that, nothing wrong with that. Sacrifices to our gods must involve blood. The Bible was changed just to confuse us Africans. In the Bible, you will see where, was it Abraham? Yeah. Was trying to sacrifice his son, Isaac.
He was asked to, not trying to. He was asked by the father himself. So, you know what I mean? All blood in the Old Testament is pure blood sacrifice. They were saying that Jesus Christ was the last blood sacrifice.
No.
Wait.
Somebody said he was the last blood sacrifice. That is where all this conception and deceit came from. That is why people stopped making such sacrifices, right? So me, I don't make such sacrifice anyway, but I know I'm indicted. I'm supposed to be making all that. It's a fault. It's not right. We should be making all that, okay? But human beings as a sacrifice, I don't believe in all that. But what I'm saying is there is a difference between spirituality and the religion. Africans, we are not religious people. We are spiritual people.
I would just like to say, even John Abba, who had the first comment on this, he made that clear. We are up to date with that level. Omo, very up to date.
John Abba said we don't have religion.
Yeah.
No, John Abba made a distinction between religion and spirituality.
Yeah. So Jago, do you know the reason I'm pointing it out? Our brothers in diaspora who were born in diaspora, they believe what they read on books or what they watch on YouTube. No. In Africa right now, even people in Nigeria or people in Africa right now, if you want to learn African spirituality, somebody got to hold your hands and show you and teach you. It's not in books. No. White man doesn't know this. They don't know all these things. That's why they destroyed our traditions and our intellectuals, right?
But by this definition, though, our traditions that we like to talk about is do we not worship a supernatural God? Like, don't we pray to
forefathers? If you keep pulling up things you see on Google, It's wrong too. That's what I'm saying.
What kind of anti-learning attitude is that?
No,
You're
it's
gonna
not
keep.
Yeah,
anti-learning
You're gonna
what
keep.
attitude, my brother.
it's
No,
like
no,
don't check information, just
You're
believe
gonna.
me.
But yeah, you're gonna
No,
keep
hold on,
conflating
forefathers.
issues.
Somebody
yeah,
impute all those things right there. Your
It's
forefathers never impute
but
all those things.
that kind of one is, Nigerians, we be careful of that.
It's not. It's not.
I
No,
know,
no,
I
no.
know what you are
Actually,
saying.
see,
If
hold on.
Like
you are
you're
going
trying
to,
to tell
me-
me
if you are
one
going
plus
to go
one
like
is not
that, that means
I
equal,
want
even
to
what
point.
most of the things we are learning is even invalid as well.
I want to point
And
this out.
to some
Hold on.
extent, it's fact. What I just said is fact because the mainstream education we have today is kind of different from what they have in the top level. But anyway, that's the story for another day. Let me not scatter.
I'm
Okay,
struggling to find the right
I'm not
words.
done anyway.
Okay,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
done. Yo, just hold on, please. Now, spirituality is quite different from religion. There are people like me. I don't go to church. I stopped going to church quite long ago. And when I stopped going to church was when I started seeing things. It's true that the things I see, maybe in my dreams or feelings around me in the daytime, might be confusing. But after a while, I will see the reality.
You'll
I'll give you an
understand.
example. Before I came to America, I said before, when KJ was the moderator, I was in the market. My cousin, who never called me before in my lifetime, I didn't even know he had my number. He called me on the phone. But before then, I already told my boss at the market that I was in a dream. I saw myself hitting somebody, and somebody was shouting, "No, don't kill him, don't kill him." At the end of the day, what happened, I didn't know. I went to the market in the morning. My cousin brother called me on the phone. How he got my number, I didn't know. He told me my uncle died, right? So, but a lot of things. This is spirituality. If you don't know it, some people, they don't even have no dreams. Some people don't dream at all.
So I was going to ask forefathers that, but what are you saying? Are you saying your uncle probably, because you have to lay it bare for people that might not understand what you're saying. So are you saying your uncle had some kind of negative energies that was impeding you in an aspect of your life and you defeated him in the dream world and he died? Or what is the point you're making?
Thank you. Yeah, I like that. I speak the truth. He's not a good uncle anyways, but I didn't care about him anyway. I didn't care about him, right? But this is a spiritual battle that I saw. Okay? I saw that spiritual battle. I was fighting it in the spirit, not willingly. I never planned to fight no battle with anybody, right? I was doing my own thing. But this is what I saw. This was what I saw in the dream, right? I never knew the interpretation. I told my boss in the morning, around 11, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, my cousin called me on the phone and told me what happened. I was like, wow, was this? So I've been seeing a couple of dreams, So this is the spirituality of Africa. But most people, they don't understand it because they are not awakened. You got to be awakened, to have African spirituality. We are not religious people. Religion in Africa is a scam. We are not religious. Okay? So if you have a question, you can ask me, but I'm done for now.
I'm concerned that you are using terms like religion. Africans don't have a religion, and you are also using terms that spirituality and dreams. You are seeing things and stuff like that, but we should not believe things that people can actually verify. Is that not a bit of a problem? Is that not the kind of stuff that got us into the mess we are in? Because when Oyibo people showed up, we are busy saying, okay, we are seeing it in the dreams, and we are going to make it work, and wear all those okbo that is going to make sure we don't bullet doesn't hit us. But yet all of them went through. Isn't that a problem? That's why you have to go get to the truth of things.
No, forefather, this is a different thing. This is a different thing altogether. I just told you, African spirituality is all about you being awakened, knowing yourself. When you see things in dreams, even in real lives,
Nigeria is a scam. Let me interrupt you. Sorry. Forefathers, do you dream?
Yeah, everybody.
Do you
dreams.
remember your dream? No, not everybody dream. Not everybody.
Not necessarily.
Okay. All right.
So I speak the truth. Every dream, it doesn't worth, might not be a reality, right? Yeah, I do dream rubbish sometimes, right? But I already knew myself. Like when I have certain kind of dreams, right? When I wake up, I'll be troubled in my spirit. All I'll be waiting for is what does this mean? What is the manifestation? How is it gonna be, right? If I didn't see anything or hear any news, I trash it. So, but it's just people being aware of what is happening.
Most dreams have meaning. So
Yeah.
you
I
got
think we are getting back to a more philosophical space where we say, like when you dream stuff and you experience those things, just because those things make sense and let's say a dream even comes true, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's something that is not physically woven into our reality already. It's not like a miracle. It's not like something, for one of a better word, spiritual. It's
no.
just
What,
Yes, it
something
is.
we
bro,
don't
Yes, it is.
understand.
Yes, it is.
you can't argue that,
Yes, it is.
forefather.
Yes,
You
it is.
cannot, forefather.
Some things are unexplainable, right? And
Correlation doesn't equal causation.
hold on, thank you,
Justin,
Asante.
where they run up and down.
For the fact that I would just rather not put my person, and you've heard me in the background with AY when we was talking, and I told him certain things, and I can give like 10 examples right now, and you guys would just
Correlation doesn't equal
you'll
causation.
probably be forced to give them the floor. So these things, just because
Mhm.
it's not something that is, what's that? Is it
I don't know.
No, it's Justin.
can you play some? And it's not. That was why I asked Nigeria's a scam that question. I would have loved to go deeper into it, but on the surface, it's giving me what I wanted to hear. But how do you explain, for example, dreaming of something right now, or just sitting and falling asleep, and the same sequence of events, and these are not minor events, happens a day later, or 45 minutes later, or
Yeah, but
20 minutes later?
correlation doesn't equal causation. That's the problem we having right
Exactly.
now. Correlation
No,
doesn't
Exactly.
listen to
equal
what I'm
causation.
saying. Listen to what I'm
Let,
saying.
let, let
If
Listen,
it
me let
doesn't
me
happen, it
listen.
doesn't happen. If it happens, if it
Yeah,
correlates, we
exactly.
say
So
causation.
which is okay. So which
That's
is what
horrible. That's terrible. Man.
which is what Nigeria's a scam went to and said. Sometimes he doesn't say all his dreams have to have an effect in the physical world, but I'm saying, like, say the way we're talking right now. I take this drink, I do this, I do that, and everything happens, say, in less than 24 hours. Less than 24 hours. The same thing. Or you let me even give you just a little snippet. Or someone comes to you in your dream and tells you something, and less than 24 hours, that very thing happens. A very significant incident that changes your entire life. It happened. And it wasn't like you didn't tell anybody. You told somebody. And they
Yeah.
can verify, like, yo,
can
4
I
or 5
can I try
people.
to take that one on, please? I tend to be fascinated with such points.
Right, go ahead.
I think Seneca said correlation is not equal to causation. Just because some things correlate doesn't necessarily mean, because there's always confirmation bias because you've thought about it before and then it occurs. There's also this aspect that I'm beginning to think about, that like your mind, how do you remember stuff that you've done before? There's something in your mind that
We're
kicks.
saying something that has never happened for fathers.
That's my point.
Try
Because
to bear with
hold
us
on.
on this.
You're talking about, yeah, I know. But when it occurs, you say, oh, because I thought about it yesterday, it occurred now, isn't it? So, or
Okay,
tomorrow. I
let's
dreamt
say,
about it, then it went and occurred,
let's
isn't
say,
it?
let's say, and I'm just going to try to keep this PG because I'm not trying to. Let's say I had a dream right now that we were all on the show, and you called me and said, "Hey, yeah, my green jacket, I'm gonna mail it to you." You've never mailed me a green jacket like that before. We've never
Mm.
had anything regarding that. And truly, tomorrow, maybe I told Jagun or I told the Centric Cast, and I said, "Oh, look at the dream I had," but none of them. It's not like they went and told you. And tomorrow we have a show, or maybe today, maybe I had the dream yesterday, and you do say the same sequence of events, and you say, "Oh, matter of fact, give me your address. I'm going to give you this green jacket." How do you explain that?
That could be a lot of random sets of events. That could be something that could be explained by extra perceptionary dimensions that we don't fully understand yet. The point is that reality is a very fickle, it's a very,
That could
very
be,
strange thing
that could
that
be
we don't
explained
fully
by
understand yet.
probability and statistics.
Yeah, no, that's
Probability,
why I said that's why I was talking about
probabilistic
probability. But he
Is
said
what
because it
what?
had never happened before. But it could also be because I know that there is this scientist that did some research and found out that human beings are able to sense where there is food, even when there is no sense of food around. They don't have any way of knowing, but on average, they were sensing more where food was. Where food was, they don't have any explanation for that. So there are things, there are senses that we have that are so latent in some people that are just other animals may have them, but we don't have them fully. Just like latent, and no, it doesn't activate, but sometimes it activates, and people use it.
Okay, so you
So
agree that it
what?
happens.
Yeah, but yes, it does happen. But the explanation is the problem. The area that I'm trying to question that humans activated
can I try to
spiritual
put it in
stuff.
some context? What is being spoken about now? If I'm going to fumble around and try and conjure up what we're talking about. You know, when we speak about dreams and what takes place in dreams, I correlate it to deep spirituality, a deep part of our spirit in action. When we sleep and we dream, that thing is real. It's happening. It's telling you something. It could be something that is ahead of our time or even behind our time. But it is a communication between the spiritual world and the physical world. And I liken it to technology. Technology is so strange when you look at it and what it can do and what it's about to do. And a lot of technology, we think that we're not going to be able to battle this. The technology can become so strong that we as just fleshly human beings aren't going to be able to handle what's going on. But that is fear being put into us, and we entertain this fear because we do not exercise our spirit. If we knew what the spirit can do, we will have no fear. But because we have no idea, because the white man has told us, oh, oogie boogie goo, and oh, you're using blood, and put all this nonsense into our minds, we're blinded. We're blinded. If we don't exercise our spirit, we're not going anywhere.
You,
I don't know if
Jago,
that helps.
it's not only white man, Japanese, and all the rest of it. You want to attract the people.
No,
Don't
no,
you
it's not
want
about
them?
attraction. It's not about all those words.
How
As we
many
have said,
times?
No,
wait,
How
please
many?
try to understand me. Please, guys, if we may. Sorry about this, but and I know Justin wants to speak. Sorry about this. I just want to say this. You see, when we have a fear of who it is that we are, we have a fear of what everybody thinks about us. We have a fear. Yesterday, things were spoken, and what I was hearing is that we have a slave mentality. We have a slave spirit, and we've been taught this so much to say that we will prefer to run to America, to run to some other part of the world, to use the East as the boogeyman because the white man told us that, instead of creating our own power. We'll prefer to sell ourselves out. And that was, for me, I was being very frustrated with that point of view because I don't think that way. I do not think that way. So when I'm hearing black people thinking like that, I'm thinking, look at the amount of fear we are carrying. We don't even know we're carrying that fear. I'm telling you, my man, forefather, because you have insulated yourself with European thoughts, even though you have black politics, it's a confusion in your spirit. It's a confusion in your spirit. And you're not able to articulate what you really mean deep down. You're articulating what's on the surface. But what's on the surface doesn't tell us anything. It's what's deep in that we need to conjure out of ourselves. As we know, human beings have done great things in this world. Great things. Sometimes they do it through the mind. Sometimes they do it physically. Sometimes it's such a combination of both. You know that the spirit is engaging. you know that they have protection of whatever deity you want to choose. But because we are going through this world on a day-to-day basis and we are not balanced or measured, we have to really take a look in the mirror. What am I saying? Why am I so afraid? Why? You have to ask yourself serious questions in this world. You have to, because nobody else can do it for you. That's the thing about the madness of this world. No one can do it for you. You have to do it yourself.
Okay. Justin, so what do you think about our spirituality or religion? Is it something that is misunderstood? From what I gather, you can see that most people think it's not misunderstood, and we should keep it like that, and ensure that many of our people still keep listening to Western religions. So, what do you think?
I think that's a fab on its own.
That's a
I
what?
think that is a fallacy. Like it is 100% very, very misunderstood. The way people see it today, like you just call that word and people just like, you're doing that word. And it's like, no, what do you think that word is? You know? You said it wasn't you, Sha, but somebody said something about how we can modernize it or something like that. And like how, basically to package it and maybe present it differently in the media, which is still part of the packaging and modernizing it to make it look different to those who already see it in such a bad light. Because let's be honest, a lot of people, I would even say almost everybody, sees it in a bad light. It's amazing to know how, people just have a certain stereotype of what that looks like in their head. It's crazy. And if we were going to do that, let's not forget that even within our own country, our own countries, our own continent, there are entire industries banking off of this nonsense. I completely agree and support what Niger is a blessing said.
Niger is a scam. Niger is a fucking scam.
Niger is the greatest.
Because everything he said is true, 100%. It spoke out of my mind. Because the one I even pity most is this my own generation. The way they just see things like that as something else. I think you probably have more people in the older generation that will have a good understanding of how those things really are compared to what we see in the media. Versus my generation, the percentage is less. You see, not much people in my generation know about how those things really are. A lot of them don't really care. It's mostly just TikTok and all those type of things that is in their head.
So what do you think? Are you saying that it would be a good idea for the religions to kind of tone the the unattractive parts, let them reserve it for the hardcore practitioners, while they enable the doctrines and the teachings of the religion, which is the vast majority of the religion, to be at the forefront?
True. Yes.
You see,
and when you look at it, the basic stuff is understandable and common sense. How could you possibly misunderstand it and get it wrong? Even if the person has a P for a brain. Look at this. I mean, the Yorubas definitely got something right, 100%. They were definitely got something right. That whole system is clearly very organized. The whole IFA system, they definitely were getting something right with the way they did that system. And I love the way it's not something that they write inside one book and pass that book down for 300 years, and one human being is changing it every 2 years, and before you know it ends up like the Bible, where half of it is fake nonsense. No, they don't do like that. You learn it from whether in a family tree, you pass it down from one individual to the other. That way is more authentic. Guys, you won't really lie anyhow for that kind of thing. It's not like you're writing scriptures that can be tweaked, So I see more sincerity in it, honestly, compared to these Western faiths. To be honest, I see more genuine sincerity. But somebody said something about, somebody that is a babalawo is not going to knock at your door. Whereas me, I live in London. I live in East London. There's so many of these pastor guys that will knock at your door. Funny enough, here is mostly our people that do these things where
Yeah, but that
you
was the
can be
point.
walking on the
That
road,
was the
they will
point I
come
was
and they will
making.
follow you. You know,
Mm.
they follow you. Some
He's
of
agreeing
them will
with
even
you.
come and meet you at your door. Some of them will put something at your mail because they
Mm.
just want to advertise their church or their ministry. You know, even in Nigeria, they do the same thing. Pastor will come and start saying, "Oh, I saw you in my dream," something. They all have their own catch that they want to use for you. It's
Mm.
more like now the common faith,
Let
especially in
me share you.
Christianity, is more like
Let me share something with you. Let me just share something with you. When you were talking about the Yoruba, this thing, check this out. And this is something I just discovered just now again that jogged me a little bit. This is
oh, is it the
Brazil.
Brazil this thing?
Brazil, Yoruba became an official language in Brazil, and it's not official in Nigeria. Hey, wahala, oh,
Yeah, it
wahala,
is. I think
wahala,
even in
wahala.
Colombia, look this
We
up
have
That's
after
some good
this
problem.
one.
news.
Yeah, in
Even in
Colombia too.
Colombia, they are
Yeah.
trying to teach
That's a
them
good news.
Swahili.
That one is slapping me sideways.
Can you understand what I was saying in that conversation that we had
Because the
about
whole
a
Latin,
couple of shows ago?
Don't start that Jago. Don't
It's the
start that
truth. I've been
Jago.
saying it.
the whole
See,
Latin
And
America
these guys are serious
practices,
about it too,
the
especially
whole
like
Latin,
Salvador and the eastern part
the,
of
the
Brazil.
whole Latin America practices something called
That's,
Santeria.
Yeah, but who's
And
that's right.
who's on the standard? Who is
Santeria is a mixture of the Yoruba religion or Yoruba spirituality and Catholicism.
Indeed.
So yeah,
okay.
if
That's
you
right.
check Santeria, even though it's just the same thing Nigerians do or Africans, but they pretend, they hide it, whereas they use their real African religion on behind, but then in presence of everybody, they say they're Christians.
exactly?
You know what I mean? But yeah, but
Let me play it so that we can go and see a little bit the religion because they will show some of them there.
Is there supposed to be sound? Just asking.
Yes, actually, there should be. Are you not hearing any sound?
No, we're not.
Okay, let me bring it back again so that you can get the full. This it's not like it's exceptional, but at least it's just fair. Let's see. Let's bring it back. Okay, so now let's get the sound back up. Okay, you can hear now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's mostly just back.
So you can see there is a mixture, and you can almost tell the ones that they took from Nigeria or Africa versus the ones that are in the ones that are in Brazil, because they kind of cleaned it up a bit. They didn't leave it the same way.
Yeah, they
That
changed a lot of things,
the,
even the names.
they didn't
The
really
names, especially in
change.
Cuba,
No,
a
they
lot
did
of
not.
things that
They
have
did
like
not
African names,
change
they
it.
changed it, they
No,
Spanishized it.
no,
That's
they
a
did
word.
not change it. What happened was, of course, as times went by, they had to adapt. So they are not all strictly black from West Africa. They came from, you see that, like that
Angola.
guy in the green.
Angola,
Go
which
back up. Go back
continued
up.
slavery for a
Go
long
back
time
up.
after
Go back up.
slavery was ended.
Forefathers. Go back up.
okay.
See
Go
what is,
back.
did you see that divination? Did you see that tray that he was
Go
using
to
to
that
slay?
Yeah, I
guy
was
that
looking
was
at it.
wearing
I've seen that stuff so
green.
many times, man.
That's what they use as a Ouija board today. Sorry.
Go back up. No, go back up. The guy that was wearing green.
Okay, in the list
Yes.
okay,
Scroll back. You passed it.
this one.
No, go back to the timeline area. Where
Timeline.
just go back. Okay, so go back up. That guy.
Which one is that guy?
Him. You just clicked on him wearing
You
green.
just passed it. The white guy on a green,
Oh my God.
This
hat
one?
right there.
I highlighted him. He didn't tell me yes.
Go to the guy that was wearing green, forefathers.
This guy is wearing green.
This guy, yes.
I think you are delayed, you know.
Yeah, he's delayed.
Oh, maybe.
He's there, baby. All right, you want me to play it? Okay, let me play it.
Very interesting.
Baba me,
Wow. Beautiful.
mo lè lọ Nàìjíríà lẹ́ẹ̀mejì lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ta lọ́dún. Nàìjíríà ti jẹ́ ìlú mi tó bá yún mí mo gbọ́dọ̀ lọ kí àwọn èèyàn mi nìbàdàn kí n tún lọ forí kanlẹ̀ fún àwọn òrìṣà mi tó wà níbẹ̀ torí ibẹ̀ ní ìpìlẹ̀ mi ti wá. Ìgbà tí ó dé tí àwọn òyìnbó dé wọ́n change ẹ̀sìn fún wa, wọ́n gbé kìrìsìtẹ́nì wá, wọ́n tún gbé mùsùlùmí wá, wọ́n máa yí gbogbo ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ gidi ni mo fẹ́ sọ nísìn. Ṣùgbọ́n tá bá wo dáadáa òrìṣà gangan òun ló gbé wá jù. Ìgbà míì àwọn èèyàn tí ó jẹ́ ẹlẹ́sìn ìbílẹ̀ wọ́n máa sọ pé ẹlẹ́sìn ìbílẹ̀ wẹ̀sìn Olódùmarè ṣùgbọ́n irọ́ ni. Ifá sọ
I
nínú.
can't hear what they are saying. No. What is the point of this? I speak the truth. Is there any?
You don't hear it, but
Yes.
the people that understand what he's saying. So
I know I understand now, but I get the idea that
so basically what he's saying. Let me start. Oh my! What is that noise?
There is a lot of noise.
That's Justin. Justin, be muting your mic when you're not online.
So basically what he's saying. Let me start off like this. There are people in the United States, especially. He's Brazilian, but there are people in Latin America, in the United States, Black Americans that go back home to Africa, especially Western Nigeria, to study about the Yoruba religion. Yoruba itself is not a tribe. It is a religion. It is a sect of spirituality. So what he's saying is that he's just explaining how he went back and how he had to go understand and learn the language, and he's telling us how they lied to us with Christianity and they lied with us with Islam, according to him. That's not my personal opinion. And why the real religion that the Black man should be following is the Ifa religion. That was where you
That's the Alpha. Ifa in Yoruba.
Yeah, the Ibile and
Alpha in Igbo.
yeah. So that was where you
one thing I noticed when I was having this conversation with Jagun, I've had it with other Yoruba people before, is that the Yoruba religion is the most proselytizing, which is to say something. African religion, they don't like to spread their religion, but the Yorubas are the closest that you come to a religion that wants other people to convert.
But
they will not proselytize you.
You're gonna have to stop saying religion. African is not religion.
It's religion, yeah.
No, it's not. It's not. He's correct.
Yoruba spirituality, Igbo spirituality. We don't have religion.
So
we have religion. Why?
No, bro, don't argue with him. Don't argue. He's trying to help you, but you're resisting.
What is there to resist? I'm not going to have somebody tell me light is darkness.
See how you're going, bro. It's okay if you want to think.
Look at the word basically means the belief and worship of a supernatural power.
It is also spirituality, but Yoruba is also a religion.
No, it's basically what the pastor explained at the top of this conversation, and I was so grateful that he explained it in that way. Coming from him, I really respect it, because I thought he was going to say something completely different, but he said it accurately. There is a difference between religion and spirituality. I came on when I came on, and I said that there is a difference, and religion is one thing, and religion is basically a format that people take on board. Like if we pick our nose and we'll flick it, if we did that every morning, that could be a religion. That is not what we do in spirituality. I said there's in spirituality,
That's not what religion is.
Spirituality
there's
is a
good.
subset of
No,
religion.
the difference is that in spirituality there is bad. There's darkness. So you can get really dark, and it can show you a different aspect of the realms that we are truly living in. And you are able through spirituality to move between what do they call it? Dimensions. You can move between dimensions as a human being, which is what you do when you dream. You move between dimensions.
Pull out the definition of spirituality.
Spirituality is a subset of religion.
Please,
just like
theft
is a subset of corruption. It's just one of those things.
Forefathers,
It can also stand on its own.
Forefathers, please, can I help us a little bit? Can I help?
Let's not dwell on this one too much.
No, we are discussing.
Also, because of that, we don't have a religion now. We have to deal with it.
That's what we are discussing. You know, can I just say something, please? See, religion has a procedure, but spirituality has no procedure.
Better.
It is what you see.
Spirituality is a way of life.
No, hold on. A way of life.
You could say that. I think you can say that. That's fair.
Okay. Yeah, no, but you know, Jagun, if you say that, it's a way of life. Everybody can follow that way of life, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's culture. But spirituality is the way you see it. That's why it's spirituality, right? So it has no dimension.
Not just a scam. Would you agree that Yoruba, as you understand it, could actually be both? It could be spirituality, it could be a religion.
No, Yoruba is not a religion. It's not a religion.
What would you call Judaism, for example?
Unbelievable.
Is Judaism a race? Is Judaism
what
a race? Or,
what kind of argument is this one?
No, it's not argument. I don't like to argue.
Please, why do you always do this? So, not you, not just a scam, sorry. So, I'm just trying to explain where you could see where people would say it's both. So, is Judaism a religion or is it just a race?
Okay. I will answer this your question, you know, in dynamism.
Right.
I'm an African. I'm not from Israel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you what I know, right? I don't care about that. I'm telling you about African and Africa, right?
But not just a scam. We have to know, because we're trying to define: is it a religion or is it spirituality?
Okay.
So, and
I cannot tell you what I don't know.
Oh,
I have never studied that. Okay. I'm telling you about me.
Okay. So why I brought it up was because it could be both. Judaism could be a race and it could just be a religion.
That's Judaism anyway.
Yeah.
But
So
me,
as
that's a completely different thing. You can't even
but me as an African, I don't care about what a Chinese is doing, right? For me, as an African, as an Igbo man, spirituality is different from religion. Spirituality has dynamism. What I see today is not what my brother is gonna see, who is an African and an Igbo person. That is why it is spirituality.
But don't you think that by saying that we don't have a religion, it makes us look like we are just dabbling in the world? We don't have any organized.
Do you think?
No, it doesn't need to be that way.
So
It's European concept that makes you think it should be that way. You can be. You can
actually religion. See, spirituality is a subset of religion. Let's not get it confused.
Yeah. No.
Oh my! Can you let me finish what I'm saying? It's like everything else. If you are looking at the people that own the language, you are trying to give different meanings. I tell you that the quality of being concerned with human spirit or soul, as opposed to material or physical things. That's what spirituality means. They have other meanings for it, but by and large,
did you read Shift?
It belongs to.
Father, did you read Shift?
Shift?
It's right there.
What do you mean shift?
It's spirituality. Read it again.
The quality of being concerned. Okay. The quality of being concerned with the human spirit or soul, as opposed to material or physical things. So it's just
No,
a
read the
trait.
second paragraph. Read the second paragraph.
There's no second. There's
No,
no
it's
second
just a
paragraph.
quote. It's just.
Oh no, okay,
just-
that's
Second line.
oh, this one.
The
This one
second
is an
line.
example. Look at the example. It says the shift in priority allows us to embrace our spirituality
It's not an
in a
example.
more
It's not an
profound
example,
way.
forefather.
No, it's an example. That's
No,
what
It's
they
it's
put
just
in
an
quotes.
example of using
It
it in
is
a
not.
sentence.
Yes, it's an
Quotation
example of
mark.
using it
Put it
in a
in
So that's
sentence.
why I said. That's why I said what I see as an African is not what my brother is gonna see. That's the truth.
That's a scam. You just said
mark.
Igbo. You just said you as an Igbo.
That's
and
what I'm
as a
talking about. It's more
African.
personal.
So let me ask you, Niger is a scam. Is Igbo a religion?
Igbo?
Yeah.
Hell no.
Is it a spirituality?
Oh yeah.
What is the what is the name of the religion or the practice or the spirituality that people from the Igbo tribe practice? Because it's
Don't
not
say
Igbo.
religion. When you keep saying religion,
Okay, so
I'm
no,
not
but you
gonna answer
understand
you.
where I'm coming from. So what is it that they practice? Because it's not Igbo like you're telling us.
No, what we practice is Igbo spirituality.
No, what you practice is Odinani.
You see that?
That
Yes,
ordinary
ordinary,
is a Igbo
You're right.
spirituality.
You go
That's
the
what you
wait.
practice. So
Hold on.
Igbo is not a religion. It's not a tribe. It's not a spirituality. I mean, so
No.
Odinani is such a
Igbo
practice.
ordinary.
is not. See.
You see
Listen,
the
my brother.
tradition. They call it traditional religion, and you are they are fighting the English language like you own it.
Wait,
I'm not
I have
talking
a
about. I
question.
don't care about. I don't care
Niger
about
is
that.
the
In terms
greatest.
of that.
How can you
No,
be
no.
greedy?
I have a question for him. Look, like what is Ane in the Ordinani? What's the Ane in Ordinani? And what does Ordinani mean in English?
Mhm.
I'm asking the guy, the scamp.
Yeah.
You've told us several times, and it is ground now.
No, it's not ground. Like,
No,
let me answer.
see,
It's
what do you mean
spirituality.
by ground? See,
Can I say it?
ordinary
What is it?
is
What's
is
ordinary?
different from omenana,
Mm.
right?
No,
Now
ordinary.
I will
It's the
explain
same
this to
thing.
you
It
right
has.
now.
It's the same. It's almost similar. But
No,
answer that. What is
it's-
ordinary?
hold on now.
Land. Can I
Hold on,
say
my
that?
brother. You know, I listened to you and I understood that what you keep saying right here is what you read on the books or maybe YouTube. I will tell you,
That's
I will
nonsense.
teach you, okay? I was born in
Hit
Igbo
him,
land.
Dibia. Hit
So,
him.
ordinary. Hold on now. Stop laughing.
What's
No,
the
I'm not
and
laughing at you.
Ordinary?
You're being aggressive about it.
I'm
Like
not
you're going to teach
aggressive.
him.
That's my voice.
What's
My
the
tone.
difference? What's the difference between Ordinary and Omenani? What's the difference?
Oh, you don't want to listen then. I try to speak, but you keep asking the
Man, you be
question.
speaking all this while, and I'll be
No.
listening.
Let him speak though. Let him speak.
Come on, man.
To
Go ahead.
keep it
What is it?
respectful.
What is Ordinary and Omenani? Go ahead.
Okay, so ordinary is,
Yes.
I will give you examples for you to understand, right?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Ordinary is like when somebody commits a kind of sacrilege, right? There are certain places the person should be buried. Then omenane.
That's not true. But go ahead.
Hold on. Now you don't want to listen. Now you are saying it's
That's not true. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's not true.
I'll keep going. Okay.
Let him talk.
Now, omenane is when you want to get married. Certain things you got to do before you get a wife. That is omenane. And people have their different omenane.
Can you mute this guy, please? Let me talk. Mute this guy. This guy, you don't denigrate my belief, man. Mute him, man. Let me
How
correct
did
it.
you get that we don't have religion? We have religion.
Exactly. What do you mean by that? Mute that guy.
Mute this guy.
Why are you asking me to mute?
You're not in the
We
streets
don't
of
have
Chicago.
no religion. What are you? Why
How
you
can you say we don't have religion?
You don't even
You know
it,
about
and you're laughing.
Ordinani as a
No,
source.
Not like you know. You don't know it.
Right. He's
You know
right.
about
Stop laughing like
Ifa.
you know it. I'm teaching
Well,
you.
you've
You
heard
don't
of
know it,
Ifa
my
now.
brother.
You've heard of Ifa. It's a religion.
I gave you two examples right now.
Right.
Omenana, for example, it's like when somebody commits a kind of sacrilege, they got to be buried in some certain places. Or the
Nope.
omenana
Nope.
is if you want to get married, there are some numbers of kola nuts, some gallons of palm wine you will bring. That is omenala. Simple
Really?
example, and you're laughing like you know.
Really?
You don't even know.
Really? Come on, man.
You don't know.
do that.
I'm teaching you. You don't even know, man.
Teach
Stop
him,
No,
laughing.
you don't. Okay, listen. Let me explain it. Let me explain it.
Listen, you don't know. Stop laughing.
No,
I
wait,
came to America at the age of 39, man.
bro.
I spent all my life in Nigeria, Igbo land.
Mute this guy.
Bro,
What are you talking about? You're laughing.
Let's
Laughing
see the
like you know. You
guy.
don't even know, man. Damn.
See, this is Igbo in Brazil.
What they are doing is omenala. What you see them doing is omenala. Somebody will be laughing like they know. They don't even.
Omenala, does this sound like spirituality to you?
No, see, these are Gen Zs. Like I said before, if you want to understand African spirituality, somebody got to take you and teach you. It's not about books or YouTube.
It's with every kind of spirituality. Though.
I'm a victim
I,
too.
I want to hear Eccentric's point.
Religion there.
I want to hear Eccentric point and see the difference.
Nah,
Yeah.
There's a scam already. Blasted Eccentric, called him Gen Z, all kinds of shit. And he didn't
Yeah,
even
call
say
me Gen Z.
anything.
Come on, man.
He
Dude,
got
I'm in my
you,
phone.
son.
What you
Nah,
talking
he
about?
got you.
No, I didn't call you Gen Z. I didn't call you Gen Z.
No,
I
I'm
said,
playing.
no, I didn't call you Gen Z. I said, forefathers asked what they are doing in Brazil. Is it Omenala? I said, now they changed it. All these things are Gen Zs. That's what I mean. I didn't call Eccentric.
No,
Gen
I'm
Z.
playing. I think he knows I'm
But
playing.
it's quite fascinating though. One has to give some credit to Southwesterners, given that one, the British landed there with Yibo ships and everything, and then they went on to even teach them Western education and everything. But if you look at the way they managed to sustain most of their culture, even with all that happening. But if you look at the other sides of Nigeria, the other southern part of Nigeria, they did maintain their culture by and large, but no, I wouldn't necessarily say at the scale. Even the Igbo culture, if you look at the Roman Catholic Church, it tends to erase your traditional beliefs more than the type that the Yorubas embrace. You see what I mean?
Anyway,
So
I know what
whatever
you're saying, but
Christianity the
culture
Yorubas
is still there
embrace,
anyway.
still
Culture is still
preserves
there.
some of their tradition. So which is very interesting. I don't know how that happened. Maybe just by accident of history. But that said, yeah. So clearly, but the youngest man here told us that it's a good idea to sanitize the religion. All this, I speak the truth and jargon, they refuse.
Yeah, but you
They
saying
want us to remain old school.
sanitize. What you saying when you say sanitize? You're basically saying kill your stuff to make me happy.
No,
Dilute it
That
to
is
make
what
me
I'm saying.
happy.
No,
That's all you're saying.
I'm
So
saying you need
if
to get more
do it
converts
like
in.
this, you know what you're saying is exactly what the rest of the world tells, for example, the Muslims. They'll say, well, why don't you change your religion? You telling them to change what works for them so you could be happy.
Ours is not working for us. That's the difference.
No, it's not working for you because you
No,
don't
it's not working
know
for
anything.
us.
No, it's not working for you because even if they change it,
Empirically, it's not. Most Yorubas are practicing something else.
no, most Yorubas are practicing their religion in addition to something else. They're practicing their
They are
religion
mostly
first.
practicing Muslim and this in
No,
Christianity.
most Yorubas are actually
Oh,
practicing
why are you arguing with
their.
me now?
No.
Let me
Let's
talk. Let me talk.
Nigeria.
let's
That
try
is
our
in
best not
Nigeria.
to be
Nigeria, yes. Most of
forefather.
the Yorubas are
Forefather.
exactly.
Let's try our best
are
not to be frustrated with people's utterances. There's only 6 of us here.
So most
If we
Yorubas.
No, I'm
calm
not
and
frustrated. I just want to get evidence. That's why I
So
like to.
most.
no,
So
what
most-
he's saying is a
most Yor-
reality. Well, you
so
see,
most
if I
Yor- so most Yorubas, what they do in the southern Nigeria, let's backtrack a bit, okay? So there's a word in Yoruba called Imale. And when you ask the Yoruba, if you're not an insider, if you ask what Imale means, it means Mali. That's what it means.
Okay, sorry, can you write that thing you just said now? That word, please.
Imale, which means the
Imale.
religion of the
It
religion that
just
the
means
man
Islam. That's what it means. It just means the Muslims, because the Yorubas before slave trade, before the advent of the white man and forcing
Not all of them.
Christianity most of them were either traditional worshippers or
Okay.
they were Muslims. So they
Okay.
weren't Christians until the colonialists and the slave traders came. So prior to that, that is why even most Yorubas are believed to have came from Mecca. This is what a lot of them believe.
No, that was a misnomer. That Mecca thing was a misnomer.
So Lamrudu, you're not teaching me, Jaguar.
Igbo
No,
spirituality.
I don't have to teach you. I'm just saying that's a misnomer. It's not that I'm teaching you at all. I don't need.
There's a part
Well,
of
you're wrong.
Yoruba. So there's a part of Yoruba history. This is the thing when you guys don't like to hear certain things.
No, I'm not upset. I'm just saying. I'm not upset at all. Don't have to say what you're saying.
So who's Lamrudu in Yoruba mythology?
Lamrudu is indeed Nimrod. Nimrod is
that's not what I asked you. Hold on. Let's play here because you've been interrupting, but you heard
no,
something.
don't put things on me. Just say what you're saying.
Hold on. No, we're not gonna play this game. Let me just ask
What
you a question.
game? What are you talking about? Just talk.
I'll be on the backstage listening.
Take it, brother.
Welcome. Nigeria is the greatest.
So who is? It's a straightforward question. Who is Lamrudu in Yoruba?
I've just answered you.
Okay, so where was he said to have came from?
He came from what we now call Sumeria.
No, that's not.
He didn't come from Mecca, if that's what you're going to say.
You don't know. So
no, I do know. I do know. You don't know.
They did not say. They did not. You want to Google it because?
No, I don't want to Google it. I know.
This is the problem with a lot of you. I'll tell you now. For some reason, Nigerians get triggered whenever they.
Why are you bunching me in? You're speaking to me one-on-one.
Bunch you in because this is what you do. When you guys hear anything regarding Islam or the Middle East, you guys get triggered. So let me just continue what I was saying. So Lamrudu was rumored to have came from.
Hey, the word he used, rumored, and he's telling us that
but
he knows.
You don't know where he came from. What is?
Bro, I just told you.
So tell me what is Sumeria in Yoruba?
What do you mean? What is Sumeria?
Oh, I just mentioned.
Wait. Let me try and answer you in the way. Wait, please let me try and answer you in the way I can. Yeah. So,
what is Sumeria in Yoruba?
Can you allow me to answer you in the way that I?
A long-winded answer.
It's not, bro. Have some patience.
What is Sumeria in Yoruba? It is a very simple question.
It can be as simple as you want to make it. I'm going to answer in the way I can. Full stop. Now,
is Sumeria? Don't
see, bro. Let's forget this. Well, I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue. If you don't know how to communicate, I don't want to argue.
You can do to and fro. Let's listen now. Let's listen and speak the truth. Let him answer.
It's a very ignorant way of coming to things. You're having a discussion. I'm not in court.
One at a time.
I'm not in court.
Let's organize it now. Let's organize it. Now, I speak the truth. Ask your question. It shouldn't take you 15 seconds. Then Jack will answer the question. Please ask your question and speak the truth again.
It wasn't a question. I was telling a story, but of course, once they hear.
Here we go. Long-windedness, and he's telling everyone else that they do long. Why are you being long-winded? Why are you being long-winded? Come to the point.
Imale means Mali. All right.
Exactly.
You know, just carrying. I'm not.
Just carry on.
I'm not dancing in the mud today.
Okay.
You are doing that. You are doing exactly that.
Tell us what Sumeria means in Yoruba.
I'm saying to you that the person that is known as Lamurudu and the people of Lamurudu.
What does Sumeria? You're not
is speaking about Nimrod. Nimrod of the Bible, as you can read it there, was the first king, the great man. He was not from Saudi Arabia. He was from the area today that we call Syria. That's where he's from.
Yoruba mythological. You can lie to everybody on here.
It's not lying. Why you being like this with me? Why?
One at a time.
What did I do to you? What is so upsetting you about me?
No. I think it's just misunderstanding.
No, man, he's upset. The brother's upset.
I speak the truth can normally talk to and fro.
What does Yoruba? Because this is what
he keeps trying to put words in people's mouth and then calling them a liar. He doesn't know that's an insult.
Let's try to keep it organized so we can hear what you're saying.
Is it fair for him to call me a liar?
Hold on now. No. It's not fair. It's not fair. I speak. Don't call him a liar.
No? If you lie, then I'll say you lie. What does?
I didn't lie. That's the thing.
What does, because this is the thing. I do not.
You're gonna say you always boring. You're boring.
It's okay. What I don't do, forefathers, is come on and say things I don't know. All right. So if I don't know something, I will not say. And what I would definitely not do is lie. Just to gain
but we are not like, okay, let's get past this lying business. Let's not
just bullshit. It's just pontificating.
Let's just focus on trying to communicate then. Let's communicate.
All he needs is to know what respect is.
Let one side do it so that it can come back to you. Otherwise, we're just going to keep doing this.
In Mali, and I was going towards the Yoruba mythological history, it
This
is
is the
very
person who
simple.
won't tell us
So
where he's from. He's
you
talking
can
about Yoruba
you
history.
can go. How do you know where I'm from?
Right, exactly. You haven't told us, so that's why I'm saying that.
Because it's none of your business.
It
So
doesn't have to be my business. I'm saying
Okay,
it.
can
I'm
we let
saying
it?
it.
Okay, you
No,
guys
no,
are
no,
not
no,
ready to
please,
have a
that's
conversation.
nonsense.
Let's move on now.
You're
You
like
guys
a
are having a
kid.
conversation.
You're like a child.
We don't discuss
Let's
like
move
that,
on.
please.
Let's move
We
on.
are
Let's
better
move
than
on.
this,
Let's
okay?
move
no,
on.
you can't keep.
We
You
are
can't
better
come.
than this, you know?
Can we leave it? Can we leave it? You are not having a conversation. You are speaking to. You don't want to have a conversation. He doesn't
How am
want
I
to have a
not having a
conversation. There's
No,
no
I
point.
do. I actually
Because you're
do. I'm
supposed to
here for
ask a
that.
question. You were trying to ask him a question, and I asked you to
I'm
ask a
not
question. You
asking.
want to
I
start
was
talking about
not
other things.
asking. I was not asking a question. So I was making a statement based on what Jefferson said, and I was giving Yoruba
You were
mythological
asking a question.
history.
You were
No, I
asking
did not ask
what
a
is the name
question.
of this in
No. That wasn't
Sumeria.
what I did, because he started saying no, what I said was wrong, and he said it was Sumeria when I mentioned Mecca, and I said, what is Sumeria in Yoruba? Because
Exactly. You didn't let him answer.
Because it's a simple question. What
It
does
may
Mali?
be a simple
does
question,
have
but it
allowed him to
deserves.
answer.
Yeah, exactly. If you're having a conversation,
What does Mali mean in Yoruba?
okay, I'll tell you what. Push everything you're saying down
Okay,
everyone's throat.
now he's asked you again. What does Mali mean in
Mali
Yoruba?
mean in Yoruba?
Is he gonna wait for an answer?
Yes,
What does
yes.
Mali
He's gonna
mean?
wait.
Okay.
Okay, answer.
Okay. In terms of Imale, the Yorubas get the Islam.
Don't give us an explanation so I can continue. Is it
Wait.
No. You can't tell him how to answer.
You can't tell me that.
now.
You can't tell me that, bro. You can't tell me that. Not if you're having an intellectual discussion.
What is Mali in Yoruba?
Let me ask you this.
He's
Let me
trying
ask you
to
this.
answer you.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Speak the truth.
I don't need a long-winded.
I'm going to ask you something.
No, don't ask me anything. Let me
You
continue.
see, how much control are you trying to have?
Because
How much
I was
control?
talking, you told me I was
How much
wrong.
control do you need?
You are not letting him answer. Say
He's
the
not
truth.
answering
It's
anything.
not fair.
I finished what I was
Leave him,
saying.
leave him,
just
bro.
said two sentences.
Bro, leave him.
Just shut
Let
him
him
up.
go on with his nonsense.
No, forefathers, you have to. You got to stop kissing ass. It's very simple.
No, I'm not. I just
How
need
he's not
him to
kissing, man.
answer.
Go find a kiss my ass.
Okay,
Are you joking?
I've been kicking him out. In short,
You understand? What are you talking about? You're always standing and doing all these leers. Just come straight. Just come straight and stop your bullshit.
Oh no! You see, this is degenerating.
What it is? It's all rubbish. Cloak and daggers.
It's Imale.
Sorry, forefathers. I just wanted to ask him: is it okay that we have a conversation instead of snapping? And he feels that he should snap more than have a conversation. Fair enough. Snap ahead. Snap ahead.
Jago, this is what you do. Let me tell you what.
No, you can't tell me what I do. You can't tell me that.
Okay, both of you are going to go back.
You can't tell me that. About this is what I do. Well, who are you? Are you my accuser? Are you my accuser?
Both of you are going to go backstage soon. Then we are going to cool the place down.
Let me just say, forefather, I'm calm. I'm all right. And I don't mind having a conversation with anyone, including Speak the Truth. But he has to be fair. He can't keep organizing these boxes and putting people in them because for me, they just don't count. You can't put me in no box.
So this is what you do.
This is what you do. That's a box that is going to try and enter me.
I really wanted to hear the answer to the question about Imale, but you didn't let him.
You know what? Let him continue.
I was here to learn.
Listen, forefathers, you have to be judicious when you do things, okay? It's either you're going to put your foot down on one person or you put your foot down on everybody. I cannot be saying something, and just because I am not a professional triggerer.
Can we give him 30 seconds to answer?
He already answered the mileage. There's nothing else to answer. What is it supposed to
go ahead
answer?
then. Go ahead with your point. Then. If you think he's already answered it. I don't know what he has answered. I didn't hear him.
It is very
he's in trouble with himself, not with me.
You want a long-winded speech? What is Imale? Mali? What is Sumeria? Nothing. So let me continue with the Yoruba mythological history. It's as simple
according to you.
It's a simple. No, it's not according to me.
It is according to you.
Who was Lamrudu?
It is according to you.
Who was Lamrudu?
I answered that, and you didn't give me a chance to expand.
So this is the thing: when Nigerians hear a certain,
he's always pointing his finger. Point your finger up your own nose.
They hear something, they get triggered. And
who's triggered?
What are you using? Short history.
All these words mean nothing.
Since you're not, just make your statement. Then let's move on to the next person.
You're telling I speak to you, just make your statement, but he keeps interrupting.
I won't say another word.
I muted him.
No, you don't have to meet me. I won't say another word. I don't have to get involved. You know what I mean?
Okay, go ahead now. Speak the truth.
You got it, man. Like I don't. This is what I promised. I used to say I'm not going to be arguing with this guy, but he has a way of just bringing
You are
it out.
still
There we go.
dragging him. You are
Why do
still
you say
dragging him. I'm not
more?
talking
Why do you
about
say
any.
more apart from the point?
All right. Jefferson, have you got anything
Can
to add
I
to
put
this?
can I before you go ahead, forefather? Can I just put this to you? Tell me, in a discussion, when two people are speaking, is it fair for them to go and start saying this is what you do? This is and all that brings up is what is saved up in terms of on a personal level. Why
Why
doesn't
is
he
it
just?
not fair?
Why don't you
If
keep
you're
away
gonna
from personality
if
and
you're
just deal
gonna
with the
if you're
issue?
gonna if you're gonna tell
You see,
me,
I'm asking him a question he can't answer.
well,
Let's
I'm
go
answering.
forward, as you
Of course,
say.
I'm answering you. Of course, I'm answering you. Just try not to interject.
I
So if
won't.
I say it, you're doing it again. Just
I
try.
won't. I said I won't interject.
But you're doing it again. So just try.
No, I just want you to continue and be straight.
Again, you're doing it. So just
There we go.
try not
Have
to
the last
interject.
word if it satisfies you.
Sir, I am speaking. I will always be. I'm the one talking. So just try. So if I say something, it is either you can say it is wrong or it is right. Don't tell me what I know is right, because one aspect of Yoruba mythology, and you have Google and you love Chat GTP more than your right arm forefathers. So you can easily Google Lamrudu and find out its connection to Mecca. We're not saying this is the truth. You and I don't know. But this is part of Yoruba mythological history, where you cannot come on here when they said Mecca, which is what has been coming from generations and over 1,000 years, for you just because you don't like the word Mecca to come here and try to bamboozle us and say it means Sumeria.
Oh,
What
bro,
the hell does? Let me finish.
can I
Let me
speak? Can
finish.
I ask you a
So
question with
what the
respect?
hell?
You see, he doesn't even
Let me
like me to
finish. Let me finish.
respectfully.
So no,
Respectfully.
respectfully.
All right,
Let me
go on
finish.
then.
So
Go on
what
then.
I
does
thought you had finished
You're
now.
speaking
Sumeria?
to yourself.
What does Sumeria? Because Maka has a name in Yoruba and Male has a name in Yoruba. You answered that very easily. But now I said, tell us that Sumeria. You said I'm wrong, guy. Tell us what it means in Yoruba. You can't bring it up. Why? Because Sumeria is not part of Yoruba mythological history. Lamrudu was said to have been a king in Mecca that was chased southwards and ended up in West Ilefe today. This is Yoruba
Okay.
history.
Let me. Can I do
Nothing
this?
about Sumeria and nothing
Oh,
about
okay.
anything else I said.
Okay. I'm with you. Let me put it to you like this, and I'm saying respectfully because I want a conversation. I don't want flinging of stones. I'm not trying to fling any stones at you. You know what I mean? Whilst you're flinging all the stones at me, I want a conversation. I also want to say you don't seem to understand that I have a degree of respect for you and the knowledge you have. It doesn't. You don't return it. You don't return it at all, which is fair enough. You can keep it like that. All I'm saying to you is, if you understand the Yorubas of the old Moorish Empire and how the Yorubas have been there, if you understand that the Yorubas were in Israel from the beginning and they saw the movement of
Where
Babylon.
in Yoruba history does it
Wait,
say
let me land.
Yorubas were
Please
in
let me land.
Israel?
Please let me land.
No,
You can take your own.
you're not gonna lie to us on here.
Oh
Where
dear.
in
You see,
Yoruba
you're saying lie
history?
because you don't know.
Where
That's the
in
only reason why
Yoruba?
you're saying lie.
Where in Yoruba history does it say that Yorubas originated from Israel?
I didn't say that they were originated there. I didn't say that once.
Or they
I
were
didn't
in
say it
Israel
once.
at all?
I did not say we were originated from there
Or they
once.
were in
Bro, you're
Israel
not
at
trying to
all?
have a conversation. You're just trying to prove you're right. You're not
It's
trying to
not
have a
about
conversation.
you try to tell me I
Well,
was wrong. So
fair
you
enough.
tell us
Keep going.
where in
As I said, bro,
Yoruba
I don't want to
history.
argue.
No, you
I'm
are
not
going to
trying to
argue because
argue
you
up here.
invited yourself into it. So where in Yoruba history
How
does
did
it
I
say
invite myself
anything
into what?
about
What are you talking
Israel?
about?
Where in Yoruba history is
Bro,
Israel
as I
mentioned?
said, I don't want to
Okay,
argue.
this is over
You are
now.
not my accuser.
This
Neither
is
are you a
Where in
lawyer.
Yoruba history is
This
Israel
is over.
mentioned?
This is over. Jefferson. Yeah, Jefferson. Let's get back on track here. In terms of our religions, we talked about how we need to, remove the chickens out of the way so that they don't keep killing chickens.
You a chicken, man. What's up with chicken?
No. When I was in the UK, when you see all this program that they make, and it's like a cliche now. Even if it is comedy, they will say, "Oh, that auntie that came from Nigeria, he brought chicken and he wants to kill the chicken inside London." and they would like all the thoughts is what you get all the time. So the idea is to make it sanitized so that people can access it. It doesn't take away from the spirituality. It doesn't take away from the deeper practices that needs to happen. But I think it's good for our young people to have somewhere to go to at least a sign to say, this is our religion, this is what they practice, and it's a good thing for us to have. So, is that also
a question though? The chicken is sacrificed. Do they eat it afterwards?
They always eat it now. They always eat it,
right?
Yeah, they eat it. They eat it.
Yeah, you kill a chicken and eat it, right? Yeah. What's the difference?
Then they will come. Then they will be. There are so many things that happen.
They don't always eat it. Sometimes they're not even allowed to eat it.
Oh yeah, because they are using it for some spiritual stuff. Okay,
afterwards.
That is fine. The point is that the practice is not very welcoming to converts necessarily, and that is, it's quite sanitized. And the Igbo ones are also similar. In short, all of them, we have them, and you always see this thing that makes them seem like they're a little bit remote from normal religions.
Forefather, before anyone answers that, can I just quickly put this in? The word sanitize and the what you're talking about in terms of it being more welcoming, I'm not sure that's what we are speaking about when we're speaking about this topic. This topic, I believe, is about the investigation into African spirituality, going backwards, forwards, and in the middle. The sanity, when you sanitize something, it could be said that on the cocoa leaf, the thing that produces cocaine, it is sanitized to the position of cocaine. But all the nutrients of the leaf are left away. They're left away. If you ate that cocoa leaf as a whole, it won't have the disturbing things that are going on today with the sanitization of the cocoa.
I get your point. See, what I'm saying there is the cocoa, the traditional one will remain there, but the one that will invite them in will be sanitized so that when they come in, then they will go and taste the real stuff, because you have to invite people in. You see what I mean? That's the idea. I want our youth to have somewhere to go. Are we not tired of talking about them worshiping for Igbo man religion?
Yeah, but the thing is, you have a fixation on the whole animal sacrifice. But what about the other aspects?
It's not only this, it's just a symbol of what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm saying. What about the other aspects? They're just as important.
That is the one I want them to practice now. The idea is that those areas, those other ones is putting them off.
But
putting people off. You want something that attracts them.
As an intellectual, you need to investigate and probe what those are all about. Like, what is the animal sacrifice all about? Like, what does he do? Does it have something to do with psychology of it?
That's why I use the
psychology of it.
Absolutely.
The psyche of it.
No,
for instance, when you kill it, when you kill for instance, when you commit an act of like murder, kill an animal, right? It invokes a spirit of rage. Perhaps they are trying to invoke some spirit within them so they can use it to channel that spirit out to fit their rituals. Am I going too deep here?
I mean, another thing, Forefather, if I can put this to you for your understanding, I need you to understand, instead of looking at all this materialism level, when the European went to South America and they saw the way those people were working, they couldn't work out how these people were working so hard. They just couldn't work it out. And then all of a sudden they understood that this leaf, they're eating this leaf. They took that leaf back to London, did all their scientific analysis on it, and found out the properties that are what we call today cocaine. So they, just like sugar, they strewn it all away, and you can see the white of it. All the green that would have kept everybody balanced in eating and using cocaine was stripped away. So the thing that made people change their metabolism in some way, that's what they use as cocaine. Now, that's not how the original people were using it. That's not how they were using it, brother. And you need to understand this. All this, your level of Western cleanliness. Oh, let me use Dettol. And all this, it's not real. It's not real.
It is real. What about hold on. Let me and Jagon go this one.
I need to ask a question. Hold on. what about the aspect of the
Oh, you're
religion
going to
that has
throw him
to,
up where I want to go.
no. What about the aspect of the religion that has to do with respecting the planet Earth, you know,
Yes.
and the positive effects it has on the environment, right?
Correct.
Like for instance, like there are natural disaster going on in the country right now because you know we are cutting down the trees, we're destroying the environment. But if you go to Uturu, for instance, the alligators there, they don't kill them. You know, that's how they preserve those animals, and there are mythologies associated with it. But they were using those things to preserve the natural environment. If they didn't have all those traditional beliefs, they would have in their religion or whatever, they would have killed off all these animals. We would have not had the luxury to actually see them. But if you go there in Uturu, in Abia State, you will see alligators walking around everywhere, and they don't bite nobody. They walk around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. I hear what you're saying, but
So
what
there's a
I'm
positive,
proposing
there's a positive
here.
aspect of it.
What I'm
Like we
proposing
need to
here
focus
is
on
not
that.
it's not the analogy that Jagun gave. Sanitization is not the same as what is happening with the process of cocaine. The process of cocaine is concentrated, potent, this in active ingredient. That's what's happened.
I would agree with that.
Sanitization, from the way I'm coming from, is like saying, okay, we take the leaf and even make it presentable and maybe even dilute it a little bit, maybe boil it so it doesn't go and just take it from the liver and chew it raw.
But we need
Boil
to
it so that
understand it
people can
first. We need to understand it first because, like,
calm down
if you don't
now.
understand,
Let me finish my point. Boil
no,
it first so that people can eat it and it doesn't purge them because they are not used to it. Instead of in the real life, for 1 minute they are ordering for chicken and then the next thing is tortoise. And then you know they order for tortoise too. I'm just saying that we have Jack is shaking his head. I'm just saying you have to introduce people into the deeper part of these
Bro,
things
I totally,
slowly.
forefather, I understand what you're saying. We're all
Exactly.
Westerners. We're all Westerners. But in the West that we are, we people like me who have been here for far longer than any of you in the West. You all, I keep saying that all you are newcomers to the West, newcomers, as far as I'm concerned. And when I look at what's going on in the West, I've seen things change. I've seen facts change. Facts that Oyubo have told me, they've changed them in my lifetime. So when I have a hard look at these people and a hard look at the history of these people and a hard look at their engagement with us and the rest of the world, I see a lot of that thing called sanitization as you speak it. This Christianity that we practice here in the West, that's not Christianity. That's some Western bullshit. It's not Christianity at all in terms of what they depict it as to be. You understand? Jesus didn't bring about Christianity. He didn't bring about that. He didn't bring about that. But we are eating it like it's food, and it's not food. So we read these scripts, and we read them in an obtuse manner, and it doesn't give us any energy or anything. If you want to read scripture to give you power, you have to know what you're doing. You have to
but
know
why
what
do you
you're
think
doing.
it's effective? Because they know how to sell it to people. That's why it's been so effective.
Again, my brother, as a salesperson myself, I know the art of selling, and I know the power of the tongue. And these things are written in scripture. There's life and death in the tongue, and it's a reality. But the way we take it, we want to be spoon-fed, we want to be cleansing, and we want to be all this kind of white people niceness. That's not reality in life. It really isn't. It's all figmentation.
Amen.
That's all I'm saying.
Amen. You see, my argument today is that, I was in the conversation with Kene. Kene talked about, we're talking about Babalawo and all that things that they do. He said, no, that's not the deep African religion. African religion is about the prices of how they do their festivals on different things. I'm like, yeah, that sounds interesting, actually.
Those are cultural practices.
Oh, God, now this one wants to start again now. You want to start again. There are different types. It's still part of religion. Then they will say
it's a cultural practice. That's what I'm
how
saying.
about the way they marry, the way they get married? Is it cultural too?
It is a cultural practice, yeah.
But it's not fair though. When you do Christian marriage, you say it's Christian marriage. Okay, Christian marriage, is it cultural or religious marriage?
It is cultural and religious.
It's cultural and religious. Okay, then the same applies to us. So the point is that he tried to highlight that there are other areas that appear similar to your conventional religions that you have to, like Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and I thought that made sense actually.
Why
is it that we don't show our religions like that, because our religion seems to always come across as that religion where they are twisting chicken head off or buying tortoise or doing all one kind of that's all it seems to be about.
That's that's propaganda, man. That's propaganda. That's why we need to
do better. That's what I'm saying. We need to package it better. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we need to present it the better way. We need to present it right. We don't need to all the how they portrayed in their movies. That's wrong. We know what they're doing.
Eccentricist, don't say movies, because even in the Bible, Cain and Abel made a sacrifice to God. What did they use?
Oh, God.
I don't know why we hate ourselves. I don't know why.
Hating yourself. Okay,
hold on.
Amy hasn't said anything. Amy, what do you think about?
Sorry, Amy, my brother, please.
Of it.
Hold on,
wait. Before you bros, I beg everybody's pardon. Even though I speak the truth that hates me. This is packaging. Wood. This is packaging. Plastic. Is that what you want? More of that. Is that good?
Yes.
You're a nutcase.
Why is it not good? You want to put that one in the container? This in the he's doing his job now, isn't he? That's why he went and bought it. Without packaging, you're not going to like the content. So please go ahead, Amy. What do you think about this discussion? Because African religion, is it misunderstood, or is it what I speak the truth and Nigeria is
African spirituality? Stop saying religion, please.
African religion. African religion. Nigeria is the greatest. You need to stop it. You can't be doing this. You see what we walked into. This is what you walked into.
Actually, I only just came to for the Bass Blues and to enjoy the I think I really enjoyed the discussion, sincerely speaking, because for me, I have a lot of discordant views, and I'm even trying to merge them. And right now, because sometimes you just have to find, how do you even know the truth itself? And that question is something that I think you just have to answer through your lifetime. Because, for example, like what Jago said, that sometimes you have facts, and the facts will continue to metamorphosize before your very own eyes, and you realize that then, if this is how things are, how do you find the real ground truths of all these events, and to trace the history back? There are not enough writings, and the ones you see, they are laden with biases and even some level of propaganda in it as well. So it's really tiring for me as a person. But one thing I think is, even in all of this, you can still lay hold on, is that man is a spirit himself. So if man is a spirit, eventually you just have to conjure your way and find solutions within yourself. And I don't know whatever appears as a solution. And if you look at the way the West have come with their own religion, let me put it that way, maybe they've adulterated it in their own way, because I wouldn't say even what they've come with is their own even, because eventually you have to still go back to the East as well, even back to Africa again, because the source of the Western religion is Jesus Christ. He was from the East, came to Africa, went back again, and from there took his destiny, and from there we have what we have. So the thing I'm trying to say is that we just have to start searching. Personally, I don't know if it's going to be a collective thing. So what works well for you may not really work well for me. But the thing is, on the foundation of it all is that there are some tenets of life that we must hold on to: fairness, justice, equity, dedication, nobility, and all these good characteristics that, whether we like it or not, I believe they transcend to the afterlife, and they will still mean the same thing.
Well said.
So that is just the only thing I can, because that is the only thing I think that if you throw it in every way around, it will still have the same form. That's symmetrical. But when you look at every other things built on them, there are a lot of sand. There are a lot of doctrines that are built on sand on those things, and they will never stand. They will just continue to shatter for its time. But I don't know how I wish, because I know we've had this kind of discussion in the past where we really talked about how Africa and Africans can really be different in this present world. And my position then was, if we could really see how we could bring our spirituality back. And I think that time it was I Speak the Truth. I even said, what do I mean by that? If I mean the juju, and because actually, even me, when I said that too, I was confused really. But
because
the thing
in your mind, were you thinking about tortoise and
no, and that is the thing.
I keep asking this question because that's all that pops in my mind, though.
Yes,
I'm telling you, all these Nollywood movies did not help.
Exactly, that's the picture that we've seen. But the thing is, Nigerian Scam said something. He said sacrifice has been since the foundation of the world itself, one way or the other. Even the Christianity that we are, that personally I follow that principle anyway, it still is based on the ultimate sacrifice. So I don't know if there's a way we can leverage on that to make meaning.
What makes it an ultimate sacrifice? What do you mean by that?
Well, the ideology there is that you can't sacrifice more than the purest. That is the ideology, because sacrifice in the space, in the sacrifice space, the more you sacrifice, or the more cleansing the blood is, the more power you get, kind of. You can't compare who sacrifices tortoise, for example, to someone who sacrifices human. It is
you see why people want to move away from religion. Hey,
exactly. God. You see, that's the thing. In that space, there's already a differential of sacrifice, and that leads to, it is not an equal thing. So the more you sacrifice, the more you get, kind of a thing. And the best you then have to sacrifice has to be the most pristine of the sacrifices, and that is where you have the ideology of the Son of God, who was born of no man, who had the pure blood of God, came and you sacrifice that. That is the ideology. It is not necessarily that we accept that.
So are you for us a kind of rearranging and repackaging, not changing the religion, just repackaging it to be more inviting and to our people?
How I wish that we can do that, so that at least maybe for those who will be interested, they can really go and see what is it all about.
Yeah, they can make it part of their daily lives. You want to make it so that it's a way of life.
If you want to repackage it, what are you going to do? Like, what aspects are you going to remove?
I don't think I have an answer to that.
I will highlight. This in amplify
what would you do?
This in the pantheon aspect of it, the role that they play in our lives, the morality aspect of it. I will amplify those areas that guides our lives on a daily basis.
What about the medicinal aspect? What about the aspect of herbalism? What about the
traditional religion, for example?
What about the aspect of herbalism?
There are no rules that guide morality or how people should live their life in a godly.
I said amplify, not that they don't exist. Amplify it, they are there. But make that one the front. That amplify means remove the tortoise and the goats and the from the front page.
We're talking about. Now you're conflating issues. You said you will want them to introduce morality and things of that nature. And my question was, do you think in the Yoruba spirituality, for example, because I don't want to piss my man as a scam off. So in Yoruba spirituality, for example, do you think, or Odinani, there are no rules to say, like what Emmy was saying, don't steal, don't fornicate, don't murder, don't backbite, don't tell lies. You think there are no rules like that?
I know there are rules, but you need people to access those rules. You need to give them access to it instead of them thinking the access to it is through goats and chickens and tortoise.
So you think the whole
no.
religions is just get me a tortoise and get me a freaking
That is what it's
dinosaur?
basically about right now.
that's what you
Nollywood
think.
has done the job.
No,
Yeah,
no,
but-
no, forefathers,
listen, but
forefathers.
those
Stop
ethos-
saying
those
these
ethos-
things,
those
please.
ethos and the values
No,
are
I
already in the
understand.
culture. Those
You
See,
ethos
can't
and the values are
wait.
already
See,
in culture, already embedded in
Nollywood
the
did the
culture.
job. Nollywood did the job to
I
those
asked a
who are
question.
not
Hold on,
spiritually
those-
alive.
I
And
asked a
that's what
question
to do any
before.
Even the
research.
very first
People
big
that don't do
movie,
any,
like
listen, people that don't want to do
living
any
in bondage.
research.
What is living in
So
bondage
that's
about?
when
I asked the question.
Nollywood
I
stopped all those
asked the
lies.
question before. I asked the question before, forefathers. I said the first sons of Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, they made a sacrifice. What did they use?
All that politics. Can you be that? I beg your pardon. I just couldn't see him. You're living in darkness, bro.
Never take light.
No,
Never
never
take
take
light.
light. I'm already in bed. I'm already in bed.
Sorry,
Okay,
sorry.
let me turn the light on. Let me turn the light on. So
No, like
now, okay,
Never take
so
light.
no, NEPA, no, for we are for US. They know they take light for US.
US na pay as you go. I know people pay light.
Yo,
Now they cut
forefathers,
am.
why am I
So
forefathers?
okay, so
Forefathers, why
so
can't I show the
forefathers,
comment?
forefathers. I asked the question. I said, Cain and Abel,
Yeah,
who
blocked
were the first sons and of Adam and Eve, they made a sacrifice. What did they
That's not the
use?
point.
And
We're talking about the value. What this guy said on my right. The ethos and the values are already enshrined in the culture, right? They
hold
already
on,
there.
hold on,
Every culture
eccentricus.
has the
You are,
ethos
you
and
are,
values.
so hold on,
Already
hold on. Allow me to ask my question, please. Allow me to ask my question, please.
And we don't care
I
about
said,
Christianity. We don't care about Christianity. Let's talk. We talk about African religion. Don't care about Christianity. Leave Christianity.
no. They said,
Let him say what he's saying now. Let him say what he's saying.
eccentricus. They said, forget about animal sacrifices, right? That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I said, if you say forget about animal sacrifices, and I'm asking, Cain and Abel, what did they use to sacrifice to God, and who did God accepted in their sacrifices? What did they use, right? So all these things is African spirituality changed and sold to us. The Bible is just a scam.
I never said forget about. I don't know why you hear that I'm saying remove it. I'm saying remove it from the headlines. Let it not be at the forefront, because people need to access the true knowledge, the wisdom in these religions. But all these things is preventing it from happening.
It's not religion. It's not religion. Stop saying religion.
We can't even agree on what it is.
No, okay, guys.
Nigeria is the greatest. Where do we start from?
Hold on.
Nigeria is never the greatest, and you are in UK. And you are saying Nigeria. You keep saying.
I can see.
Hold on, guys.
Nigeria is the greatest.
You keep saying Nigeria is the greatest, but you are in UK.
Hold on, guys.
Let's see. Odi, welcome. Yeah, what do you think? You've had all the rockers.
Yeah, I've been watching you guys, and I think you guys are having a lot of fun. Like I could see it.
Holy boy!
You guys are partying, but look, I think it's an interesting topic. It's something to just hopefully it's just for education and history and all that. But the truth is, what we know so far is that we are moving to science more and facts than religion. I'm not sure it's good for us to fantasize over the things of the past and what we miss.
Wow.
Or our forefathers did.
That's the point, what you just said, bro. I'm going to come back when you finish. I beg your pardon.
Even the Europeans that brought their religion from Middle East and brought to us, they're abandoning that religion.
Mm-hmm.
And they are moving into facts because it works. Facts work.
So
because people do. Let me finish.
Hold on.
You've been talking all day. Can't you just
No, you're talking nonsense, man. If you
don't say that. Don't disturb him.
This guy is.
You're behaving like those people that don't know how to have conversation.
Let him talk for a while, please. Please go ahead.
This guy, you're so disrespectful and childish.
Don't worry about him.
Yeah.
Carry on with your point. The point
You
your
know,
point you are
like,
making is
what's wrong
important.
with him?
These
He can't
African
even put
Muslims.
together two thoughts. I've been
Don't let
listening
him
to you.
distract
All
you.
these guys are
Dude, I've been
bringing
listening to
knowledge.
you. I've been listening to you since yesterday. You be talking nonsense about,
No,
Oh
bro, I
my
don't know
God,
why
don't
you're
do
doing
that
that.
now. Come
Why you
on.
you
pick?
see,
Yeah,
Don't do
absolutely.
that, syndicates. Don't do that
Why
now.
is he
you
disturbing him?
see,
Don't do
these
that. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Okay, please go ahead, Odi, so that you don't distract him. A syndicate, I'll bring you back. Let him just finish. Odi, go ahead.
Yeah. So, you know, the fact is, if you go to, you know, even Europe, they're converting churches to businesses. You know, China moved on. You know, China, you know, before the revolution that they did, well, before they really moved to the next level, they emphasized science. Why are we fantasizing on religion? Whether it's African, whether it's Middle Eastern religion, wherever it's coming from. What is this? You know, I'm just seeing like a sport.
Can I ask you
You
a
know,
question,
whether
Odi, my
it's,
brother?
you know,
The reason why, sorry,
Wait,
Odi,
wait,
don't
wait,
get me.
wait.
The
I'm
reason
asking.
why it's
I
like
asked
that,
first.
sorry,
I
Jago, hold
asked
on. The reason why
first.
it's like that is
Let's be
because,
orderly. Let's be orderly.
because
I
look,
asked
with African
Odi if I can
religion,
ask
look,
him a
hold
question.
on, hold on.
Jago, please hold
To
on,
be
please.
fair,
The
Hold on,
Jefferson
people,
hasn't
please
said
hold
anything
on,
for
please.
a long time.
The reason
Just
why it's like
look,
that,
have to
look,
go.
the reason why
hold
it's
on,
like
hold
that is
on. Our
because
forefathers
over the
Okay,
were
years,
okay.
over
If
practicing,
the
the
speaker
years,
says hold on, if the speaker says hold on, you allow the speaker to carry on.
they
Odi, carry on.
our forefathers were the specialists in this religion. They did it so well, so beautifully well. Europeans came, just brought gunpowder and shot them in the head and made them listen to us, listen to them. Why do you want to go back there? We're talking about how do you build atom bombs, nuclear, like how do you move to the next level? And we're talking about, you know, if you could put two and two cola together and you disappear and you form something, and show me how to do it. I can go. I know some folks that are blocking our destiny. You know, maybe we can just go and get those guys. Use it as a weapon of warfare. You know, it's not science.
I
Let's
told
move
you,
on to
right?
technology. Stan. You
No.
know, let's not encourage our
Can I
children to
ask a
go back.
question of Odi,
Go
please?
ahead, yeah, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Odi, my brother.
It was
Do you
Jefferson.
know much on the subject of metaphysics and uh, um, what's the
Quantum.
term?
Quantum.
Quantum physics. Do you know much about that?
Well, what I know is that, you know, if you are practicing your metaphysics, if I go to my house, inside my room, I'll bring my AR, I'm going to shoot you in the head and you'll be dead.
No.
Tell me about it. You think
Wait. Can I
everything
just
is
put it to?
physical?
Wait, please.
Everything is
Let
not
me just put
physical,
it.
man.
Let me just put it to the brother.
Well, this world is controlled by people who are able to kill the other people and make them shut up.
It's deeper than that, and I know what you're saying. Still,
No.
all I'm
Don't worry.
saying,
Where's my
when
car?
you enter into the realm of quantum physics, this is where you see the spirit world touch the scientific world in the easiest way I can put it out there to a panel like this. So when you look at quantum physics, you see those who preface science against God, they come to the point of understanding there is God. There is something called God. There is a designer of everything that we see, and there is communication with that designer. So when we preface science above all else, it's wrong. It's just the same equation as the leaf and the cocaine. It's the same equation where we strip away everything that is natural and we bring it down into the molecular how did their forefather put it before, potency of that issue. So when I come across quantum physics and I see that these people have hit the fact that they cannot fathom this thing that they're prefaced to us called the Big Bang Theory. They can't fathom it. It's a selling point. The whole idea of Nimrod was to ignore God. That was the idea. And man has continually wanted to be higher than the creator. And when we put our head into that avenue, we're becoming more and more lost. What happened with the scientists now that brought about the understanding of quantum physics? They had to stand back within their experiments and agree to themselves that there is a God, there is a spirit world, there is this thing. The word religion, and this may clarify it somewhat for forefathers, unless he just wants to be extremely stubborn. The word religion is what they have used to toy with us. So while they're toying with us, they've stripped the spiritual elements away from our culture, and they've called it religion. And we've bought into that lie yet again. Yet again.
No, so Jagun, what you're saying, no, your submission is good though. You know, I don't disagree with that. But what I'm saying, at this time, what works? You know, look, I just had a very extensive discussion with one of the guys that presented before that I enjoyed, Dele Ogun. You know, we just discussed in detail about Haiti and what happened in Haiti. Nobody does, you know, these guys are the guys that carried this African religion to Haiti. You know, if you know, I know you guys played videos on Brazil. I think you guys can look at what Haiti is doing.
Yes.
You know, but, and they did very well, right? But they can't eat. There's no food. They can't even fight simple, like, you know, they can't even control their own borders and their
But there's a
states.
history. There's still a history to that, brother.
I know. We can discuss that. What I'm saying at this point is just how do we become more powerful? How do we protect our borders? We can't use religion to do it. Whether it's look, the people who have the, you know, the Abrahamic religions, they have been.
That's not the topic. Don't change the topic, man. Just stick with the topic.
He's not changing the subject. He's giving his submission.
This boy, what's wrong with him?
I don't know what's wrong with him.
No, let's
Like,
leave it.
you know,
Okay, just let
it's
let
just
him talk.
comprehension.
Allow
I
me
can't
to
take you back
moderate.
to school. What's
Allow
wrong with you?
him to, you know, we've been here for 2.5 hours.
I'm having an intellectual discussion with Jagun, and you're just running around the corner. What's
You're
going
trying
on
to
with
change
you?
the topic. That's what you're trying to do to talk about Biafra and then talk about
You see,
Nnamdi Kanu.
what is wrong with this? Do I talk? You know, you're just an insolent boy. You know, I can't help you. I'm sure people know who you are, and they can't help you. You know.
But are you against Biafra and Nnamdi Kanu? Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
No. Please, let us maintain our topic. Come on.
You see what he has brought into this?
Absolutely, man.
We're discussing serious stuff. I am just bringing a dissenting voice. You guys are
Please
insane.
continue your thought, please. Don't lose it, please.
You know, my point is, you know, if there's a way that we can go into metaphysics, spirituality, religion, you know, go to the point that I can invoke some spirit above to go to the White House and tell Biden that this is what I want, my terms, and present and he does it, then, you know, sign me up.
But
it doesn't happen. If, you know, people who are dreaming, look, let me tell you something.
Really? Wow, really? Really?
Can we just let him land, please?
Well, go ahead. Let's listen to Eccentric. He has something to say.
Good.
Eccentric, as you want to say something, go ahead.
Yeah, what he did is just disrespectful, man. We have a topic here, and then he's trying to prove to everyone in the audience that we you know, that we are.
I didn't see that way. I didn't see that way.
That's what I think.
If you have something to say differently from criticizing him, say that.
No, quantum physics. Listen, quantum physics and metaphysics has nothing to do with each other. Don't do that. Like you're making us look crazy out here.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, when I said the other one, I made an error. I made an error. I wanted to say quantum physics. If that's okay.
Yeah. Quantum physics and metaphysics are nothing to do with each other.
I think there was something Odi said that is quite valid, and when we say spirituality is different from scientific studies, I actually think maybe that is a mistake. I think it's just the separation of the scientific method that seems to make it seem that way. In reality, scientific method. Let me finish my point.
No,
Let me
let me
finish
finish.
my point. It's very important. The scientific method is basically seeking the truth of something that is of the creator. We talk about there being a creator.
I put it like this. I put it like this, Forefather. I said
Let me
this.
just finish the point I'm making.
I can make it in 4 words.
It's okay. We talk about there being a creator. The scientific method is not against the idea of creators existing. It's just the terms that is being used. I actually had a discussion with somebody that doesn't believe in the existence of God. He would tell you he doesn't believe in God, but I told him that, but something is responsible for whatever exists. In the end, it came down to, yes, it does exist, but you can't call it God, because in their mind, when you say God, they think about what church people call God. And I think there's some truth to that, because we choose to give character to God that we don't have evidence for.
Can I say this?
And that is what people are arguing about. It doesn't mean that there's no creator. Something didn't make us emerge the way we are right now. Something clearly did.
Yes. This is what, if I may, this is what science is. Science is basically proving God's handiwork. That's all science does. It proves that God's there. If, like, somebody will say you can't believe in the invisible, but they've cracked the atom.
The atoms.
You know,
the electrons. They are invisible.
They've done it. This is the invisible. They brought out the fact that we are breathing oxygen, and they separate it from the hydrogen. All that is invisible. It's all invisible. You understand? Exactly. So we get our minds full of ourselves, and whatever it is that we've come to believe, that's the end of it, and there's no negotiation. So that's why my man, I speak the truth, can't negotiate with me, because he believes he can push his ideology into my head. If I come back and tell him, oh, wait, maybe it's not like that, maybe it's like this, he can't accept it. No, and then he will start all his rigmarole about this is why Nigerians, rubbish. Okay, when you should be able to have a respectful conversation, and let's see where we land. But he's not capable of that.
But if
that's what goes on.
All right, but if we're going to have...
Where did he say this is why Nigeria?
No, that's what he said. Anytime he wants to separate himself from a point of view, he'll say, this is what I mean about you Nigerians. All you Nigerians are son of a... And they will just start down that idiotic road and think anyone's following him.
Don't do that now. Let's not...
No, I'm not trying to be abusive. I'm trying to say what it is between me and him.
Can I respond, please? Because you brought it up again. And I was
before you respond...
Let him respond. No, let him respond. We're going to make it smooth, you know. Oga Pansat is here now. You know, go ahead. I speak the truth.
See, one thing I don't appreciate, and you can tell me to shape it however you want, is lies. And that is when I get very passionate. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I do not accept lies.
What was my lie? Can you tell me what my lie was?
Can I please finish? I did not.
Yeah, tell me what my lie was. Please.
I'm not going to play the game. Can I please?
Okay, fair enough. Do what you want. Do what you want.
We can't carry on like this. Let him talk, please.
I'm not going to play the game. You're an expert.
Yeah.
Oh, no, let's not do this now. I'm going to
stop. Of course I can't respect rubbish like that. How am I going to expect rubbish like that?
Okay, let's move on.
Can we just move on?
Ansad, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have been listening to the conversation. Sorry. Not Pansat. All our politics. Are you there?
So I can't speak.
I am here.
We're talking about each other.
I speak the truth. Forget it. Just relax. I speak the truth.
I am here.
I speak the truth. To be fair, you said something before. We are going to be rounding up.
Don't take it personal.
Rounding up there. Rounding up.
Let them. Yes, now this is weekday. Now we want people to go on and reach.
Now, I know allow stuff when I just argue on quantum physics and quantum chemistry.
Yeah. Welcome. Yeah, the religion now. You know, you have what we have been discussing now. So, what do you think about what has been said?
Yeah, I joined the discussion late, but I know it's had to do with religion, and let me introduce my own perspective to this religion of a thing. It's not new. I think people like Pansa should be.
It's about whether our religion is misunderstood, like, because all we see is not a good representation.
I get it. Let me just say what I said. Okay. I will come from this angle. Sapien, Noah Harari wrote Sapien, a book called Sapien, made us understand that the difference between us, we human, and animals is in our numbers. We can come back in our tens, thousands, and millions and make things happen. Create cities, create knives, you know what I mean? Whatever we want. Why the other animals can't do that? That's what one of the great difference between us and other animals. Now, there is power in numbers, right? Dele Ogun, the guy who wrote Fatherless People, was here a couple of weeks ago, also made us to understand that when there are two ways they capture us, when I'm talking about Nigeria now in general. First of all, they go after the kings, the warriors, the leaders, right? Which is where they use the gunpowder and everything. Then after they succeeded, they need to capture the general people. They have something, they have to sell them something to buy along, which is where they brought in the Christian religion. The first people who were educated in our house, their syllabus is the Bible. Now, where am I coming from this angle? When you can assemble numbers, you can do whatever you want with it, bad or good. That's why I say there's power in number. So in the world that we live in, that it's all about control. Like from day one, the concept of religion is about control. That's where I'm getting to. You will need something like that to capture the generality of that society or whatever that you want to do. You need something that will keep them humble, right? If they tell you today that this community is a Christian community, automatically you know what they can do and what they cannot do. If they tell you that community, the Muslim community, you know what they can do and what they cannot do. If they tell you now, Juju people put there. So from that concept, that's where religions stem from. So I see them just like organized political party and everything. The whole idea of religion is to capture people, whatever your ideology is, in capturing them, that to control them, to empower them, to go fight, to go do whatever. The concept of religions come from there. So the idea that now whatever that you want to mold from that is all up to you, or whatever you want to do with it is all up to you. So if you can see it is wrong, all right. That's why these days I make arguments that if there's only way that we now can take over power is to actually go with the structure that the religion people already put on ground. If there's any structure that is more than APC or PCB, it's the religion structure. They are everywhere. They have buildings everywhere. So it's a tool of control. As we move ahead in this journey of humanity, another religion is already bettered, right? We see the Muslim, the Christians, the communism, the capitalists. We are going to what they call techno-religion. All is all form of control because we have cyber economy now. We have the internet war. Religion have to come from there. That's what they call techno-religion. And they will promise you what other religions have promised you before. Christianity will promise you life after death. You go to the cloud and enjoy your life. So is the those are the Abrahamic religion, as you say, even the Muslim religion. Capitalism promise you if you work hard, you will live your heavenly life here. Techno-religion will promise you a longer life and they will prove it. They will tell you that you will live up to 150 years. And guess what? They will prove it to you. People will live up to that. The engineering, the biotechnology is already in progress, right? So again, look at it for a form of control of the general public. Now, control, as I said, once you have that number, I can use it for whatever you want to use it for. In this case, in our own situation, they use it to capture the majority of us to be obedient. That's the whole idea. That's why we are arguing within that framework. We are not even arguing out of it. Even when we want to draw our own forefathers' religion, we still have to find one way or the other to either infusing Christian religion or Muslim religion to make our example make sense. So you understand the extent at which we are in bondage. Can we go a day without actually, can we make a sentence without actually infusing what embedded in us? That's a step forward, because how do we argue our own religion without actually infusing them? Because that's the way to go. So if we see it from that angle, I think we'll be getting to somewhere that is all this old thing of religion is just to capture us. We are a Christian nation, we are a Muslim nation, then automatically we know what they can do. We know what that region can do. We know what that state can do. We know what that community can do. So automatically, I don't have to worry about it anymore. That's my own understanding of religion these days.
So do you think that we should a kind of clean it up a bit, because the term that
let's start our own religion to get numbers, because at the end of the day we need number to get whatever we want. So whatever it is, we call it religion. Whatever it is, right? Let's start something, right? Religion is not synonymous to just one thing. That's why I say the power of number, right? Whatever it is will come together. Let that be our foundation. As I said, it can be used for good or bad once we have the numbers. So if it's a religion, what do we need it for?
I've been using numbers in Nigeria, and through another brother been using numbers, and what has it gotten them?
Who? Sorry?
What has it gotten them?
When I say power of number,
the problem is to have a thinking capital.
Hold on. Can you hold on? What do you think I mean by power of number?
Is to achieve
number.
He's trying to say that have numbers to get what you want to get.
The more number of people you have, can you listen? If you want 10 engineers, you are likely to get 10 engineers from 100 people than 10 people. Does that make sense? So if you don't understand, stop jumping to conclusion. Power of number means the more you have people, the more you bring the best out of them. Quality comes from numbers. If you want people that think your quantum physics, you are likely to get them from hundreds of people than tens of people. There's a reason why we have more engineers in China than in America. The power of numbers.
There is a number, doesn't matter. Let them go and fight.
Absolutely. Ovie, can I have a quick discussion with you? It's a shame.
Sorry.
Real quick, it won't be more than 2 sentences.
Okay, 2 sentences because Pansa.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Ovie, having listened to you, I am trying to understand what you're saying, but isn't something that is authentic something that we need to build upon in order to come to any number at all? And therefore we would have quality number, and we would have some level of truth to be standing on, as opposed to just numbers.
Yeah, no. Okay, I think maybe that. Okay, what you are saying, we're actually saying the same thing, right? Because the word you keep using is we. We have to find something to build on, right? That's the number I'm talking about. Instead of having two people,
what I'm talking about is something that is authentic. In order to build upon.
Authenticity comes from we real people with real action. That's what authenticity is about. What we are doing today is authenticity because it is real, it is practical, it is physical. You can see it. That's authenticity. It's nothing. Am I getting it twisted? That's what authenticity is about. We can actually say, yeah, we from this, we can call this Dr. Damage's religion something. And it's real, it's authentic. We come here every day. We communicate with ourselves, unless maybe we are robot. Even if we are robot, but we can prove.
You can have a religion that's built on trash, and nothing will happen. That is what
hold on, but we're talking about authenticity, right?
Yes.
Being trash. The trash of it depends on how me and you define or held it, right? Whatever we are doing, somebody will call it trash, but that depends on me and you. Anybody can define anything as good or bad. But you that is in you, the question is that it's you that is in it, which is what Jago is talking about, authenticity. It is you, it is we that is in that core, that religion, right? How real are we?
No.
Outsiders will always define us fake. Outside that we disagree with, the other one will not even recognize us, but that's on them. But now it is now upon us for us to now bring that authenticity that he's talking about to prove them wrong. And authenticity comes with time,
Yeah, no.
with time and
Basically, what
dedication.
you're saying is you want to try to use the idea that once you continue and you persist enough, you will take it to be truth. I guess
Religion is to capture many people. That's the whole thing. No, that's what I'm saying. That's the whole thing of religion. Religion is for go out there and culture as much as you can in the name of this. So what Jago is saying, once we find out through that authenticity, we go out there and recruit more people, just like what our brother is saying, more people that can think. So that is your religion. We are spreading that your authenticity now to more people, which is the act of religion. Go out there and spread the word. Go out there and spread the ideology. Go out there and spread whatever that you think you are spreading, right? So the authenticity depends on who is involved, what is it about, who are the people carrying it out.
Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, Ovie. I think you do have your point. And Jefferson, what did you want to say something briefly before Pansa goes? Then we have to round up.
So everybody gets to talk. See why I be complaining about you? Like each time, wait, let me finish. Each time I try to say something, until I get rowdy, if someone riles me up, then I get rowdy. That's the only time I can get hurt. And I'm not interested in acting belligerent all the time. But he brings it out. I try to say something. He talks over me. You bypass me all the time. But when I don't. The only time I get to talk is if I start raising my voice like him, which I don't like to do.
Okay.
After everybody talks, if you let me.
Can you see the disrespect where the brother's not even using my name? Can you see that disrespect? What's that for?
Okay. Let's leave it now. Both of you are going to go backstage. I don't have.
You should use my name, bro.
I will leave it. Both of you are going to
Oh
go back.
dear, man. You got hate in your system, bro.
No, it hasn't. Let's not take it
Let's just
that
leave
far.
it like this. I've avoided him for months. If we can.
No. There's no need for that.
Please, let me finish.
Why can't we just let Jefferson
Can
speak?
I please talk? So
he's been trying to talk for ages.
You let me talk at all. This is what you keep doing.
You did talk. You spoke, and Jefferson didn't get a chance to say anything.
Trying to say something. Either you're interrupting or he's interrupting me. So
but you've been talking though. You've been here speaking.
What is this? I just want to say, let's just keep it like this. If I cannot discuss politely like I do with everybody, please just stay away from me, just like I've been doing all these months. Just stay away.
Why do we? You ain't giving me no rules. You're not gonna give me no rules.
Okay, Jefferson, please go ahead. You wanted to say something some time ago. I'm sorry you had to wait this long.
Incredible fool.
And you see now,
Jago, I don't understand why he wants to give me rules. I mean, I don't even know how that comes into his head. Am I giving you rules? I said respectfully.
Jefferson, please go ahead. Don't interrupt again, please.
Okay, I forgive you. I sorry, Jefferson.
You interrupt.
Okay, so look, the essence of how will I put this? The essence of what we are discussing here, which is the African religion spiritually misunderstood. We are trying to connect back to our culture. Let us start from there first. And it's very, very important we have to do this. But the question is, how are we connecting to the culture? This is like more or less like a summary. Of course, there have been back and forth, and we've lost sense of time because somewhere, somehow, our fathers, forefathers, and thereabout, the whole thing was lost, and we adopted religion. And because we adopted religion, we are not thinking right anymore. If you look at the way our African brothers are behaving back home in fact, in Africa, Nigeria, and all these other countries, irrespective of what we are standing for, we are not being logical anymore. We don't think, we don't reason, we don't do anything. We believe that, somebody's going to do something for us, there'll be a miracle and everything. Yes, do miracles work? Yes. But there is so much abuse. There's so much abuse. There's least productivity. And it's a thing of concern. And we follow too much. So the thing now is that we need to find a way to see how we can be able to understand. Yes, and I understand the fears. Most people don't want to connect back to culture because they have seen our culture has been seen as cannibalism, diabolism, and all of that. It's because our fathers felt there was a misinformation, and most of them they threw away what they learned. I will not lie to you. I'm a victim of it. I started learning more about culture much recently than when I was a teenager, and I have a problem with that because even when you try to talk with your parents, they'll try to jettison all these things. They say, "Oh, it doesn't matter," and it's not good. And you can imagine people that are lost. Look at Africans that are lost globally. Because whether I like it or not, like I said in the beginning of the show, our culture is highly scientific. Like this guy, Odi has left now. He said something about I forgot what he said, but he was trying to say, oh, we shouldn't be trying to looking back towards the old ancient way of doing it. Let's see how we can do things further. Sometimes it's good to look back and forward at the same time. We need to know who we are. We are a people. We are a people. We can do things differently. You cannot say that the spirit. You cannot. We are all. In fact, we are all spiritual beings. We cannot jettison. We cannot just jettison our spirit being for anything and say that all that happened is not relevant, or feel that everything that is physical is right. No. I'm privileged to study. I'm a scientist myself, and I know the implication of metaphysics, quantum physics that you're even talking about. I know how powerful those things are. Just one small equation means a lot. It means a lot and it has its own significance. And somehow the people are inspired. They have been inspired by this. But I can tell you one thing too, it's still embedded in our culture. It will shock you that the scientific discovery we are seeing today, most scientists globally all over the world, they are connecting to culture to get answers, and then infuse it into innovation. So I believe that's the direction we need to really look into. We also need to find a way to look out for people who can teach us proper African history, connect with them, and we need to learn and relearn. All of us carry baggages, be it from what we are taught in school, our historical classes, our education. We all carry baggages, and those baggages it is subject to relearning. It's subject to relearning. Even within the science, let me tell you, even within the realm of science and engineering, you will see that in those days, when they want to define scientific measurements like length, weight, time, and all of that, they reference it to the royals in England. Is it like, for instance, feet, pounds, and all those things? But now, because things are changing, because scientific innovation is changing, they are reviewing the way they do their metrics. The metrics are no longer the same. I could remember, if you go and check back 2018, I saw it. The way they measure time, weight, and all that has changed. They are using astronomical, I've forgotten the name, but if I have it, I can share it. But 2018, they changed the way they do their measurements. You see, that's number one.
Where, in which country?
I think within UK or so, I've forgotten, but 2018, that was when that thing happened. You see?
Is it metric system or unit? Which one?
Yeah, the measurement system has changed. The measurement system has changed. I think it was summer 2018, they changed it. They were using an old system.
Or the SI,
yes.
Which one? SI unit metric system? Which one is it?
That's the SI unit. That's the way they use in measuring the standards has changed. The standards has changed. That's number one. And then if you look at the innovations that Elon Musk is doing, assuming that's engineering, if you see the level of innovation, you will find that a majority of these technologies are defined the way the sciences have been defined, have been described in books. So which is to say that whatever we are learning now, in the next 10 to 20 years, is going to change and is subject to going back. You find out that some of these innovations are still traced back to culture, traced back to spirituality, traced back to a lot of things. We cannot sit down here and just demonize everything like some people, which is subject to whatever people want to do. But that is, I'm going to conclude that the emphasis of what we are doing here is to see how we can look back to culture and see how we can change our ways and innovate even what we have. Because I can tell you, once we innovate, it will take us to the next level. Imagine just let me conclude with, let me wrap this up. You just imagine the videos that are being shared by forefathers regarding in Brazil, how the white people, the white Brazilians are embracing the Yoruba culture. The Yoruba culture is now, in fact, Yoruba language is now official. It's a big slap to our face here in Nigeria, that these people are embracing our culture more than we that have the culture. Even shocks me, even sometimes, me, I'm an Igbo speaking man, I can tell you that even some people who are Europeans, they are even embracing our Igbo culture far more than us that are Igbos. The same with Hausas and whatnot. It's a wake-up call, actually. It's actually a wake-up call. So it is saying that if you don't appreciate what you have, somebody else is looking outside, he's going to take it up and own it.
Absolutely.
They're going to own it. I will be there, be talking English. Look, you cannot be more English than the people that own it. I'll give you an example. I know one of my aunties that studied English. She studied in Nigeria, studied English. When she came to UK, who is she going to teach English to? She changed, and she's doing something different today. Because found out, what am I going? Why would I teach a language to somebody who owns a language already? Which makes a lot of common sense. So the earlier we begin to think about this, and again, I want to say this to my people before this is my closing remarks. I want to say this, that for the fact that we are adopted to any religion doesn't mean we need to be stupid. What I would say, Africans have been so stupid for years. I'm sorry I have to use that word.
No, you have to use the word. You have to use the word.
We have been so stupid for years, and it's affecting us. And we cannot even think to the extent that when you now see when Uibo come our land like this, it makes it look like anything the Uibo says is correct. Like, for instance, like the issue of the World Bank, when they say, the way things are going, our economy is going to be devalued in the next 20 years. We're not going to come out of it. I was laughing at him because does he really understand our fabrics? For the fact they managed to do one seismic survey of our this thing doesn't mean they know everything about what we have. If we even innovate our common kola nut, our cocoa, and so many other things, it will even boost our economy overnight. It's just that we need the right people who can think to be in the right position. And this is something that is going to take phases. I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
I think to say we are lazy.
Answer, please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Let me say hello to everybody on this platform. You were talking about philosophy relating specifically to African religion, spirituality, and stuff. And Jagun began to drop some sense on quantum physics. And then there was a tangle, and then there was disruption. But he had made sufficient points in that regard. Oh, by the way, let me also say hello to those who are in the comment section. Now, this is a good topic just to kick it for Sunday night. But we have to be in order. Nobody knows it all when we're in this realm. It's good to have order sometimes. I notice that we all have a habit. I'm not immune from criticism on that. But so let's have order, self-imposed order. Now, when it comes to religion, a lot of people like to kick it about, and it puts those who believe in whatever religion, those who have faith, it puts them in a position to use polemics. Now, polemics is a speech or piece of writing expressing a strong critical attack on controversial opinion, right? Have polemics against religion, and then those who are religious are then on the defense using apologetics. But you know, when it comes, apologetics being intellectual defense, right? Like in my case, it'd be Christianity. In other people's case, it may be our African religion and all that argumentation, but just be on the defense. And I believe both of them should go hand in hand. If you're going to criticize a belief, especially somebody who has faith, trust, because sometimes when you look at faith and belief, it kind of sounds like heavenly and ethereal material. But all of us who practice faith daily, like we know there's going to be an election on Tuesday in the United States. We have faith, we have trust that there'll be an election on that day. Now, the opposite of belief is disbelief. It's doubt.
Well, where are we getting into the religion now?
No, I was actually wondering if you was understanding him, you know.
No.
But
Here's forefather Stan. He
I
put me
understand
last.
it's making sense.
He put me last.
No, it's making sense.
He's ready to go. He's ready to close the show. So what he wants to do is to insult me by when he does that. So that interruption was on what I was defining the terms I'm gonna use. So people who are not familiar with those terms can communicate with me by knowing what I'm talking about. So now let me speed it up a little bit. You should say I should speed it up a bit, but I don't know how you could say that politely. Now, what I'm saying is that when you have doubt, then it's up to you to poke holes in somebody's belief. If I say I believe in God, I'm doing it by belief. There are many things that gave me that experience to go that route. Now, Jay Good made a connection to scientists who are into quantum physics, and they've turned around to come into the study of matter and energy at the most fundamental level, right? Subatomic level. Now, let me post maybe this will help, ratios on the private section. From what scientists know up to date, they know that dark energy is approximately 68%. That's dark energy, which is the biggest thing. There's also dark matter, which is about 27%. Then, of course, normal matter is only about 5%. Now, no matter how smart a scientist is in the world today, before and up to today, right? 5% is like the planets, the universe that we know, that whatever you see, metals, us, animals, plants, trees, other planets, right? All of that, imaginable, whatever you could imagine out there, galaxies, is only 5%. Now, if somebody only knows about 5% of something, they shouldn't be able to tell you anything. They shouldn't be able to disprove anything. If there are things in the dark energy realm that makes up the most of the 68 to 70%. Would you agree with that? If you disagree, you could let me know. So it is now time for us to use our head to make the argument that we're going to make. Now, when it comes to our own religion, which are honor politics, historically, it's in that realm, right? People who promote our own religion. The problem with it is that it's opaque, it's non-transparent, it's blurred, it's hazy, muddled up, smeared. It's not transparent, it's not even translucent, it's not clear. We don't know what the hell they're doing, right? But we should be able to hold them accountable too. They may have something. Somebody says, look, there is a connection because these scientists have gone into the dark energy and dark matter realm, and you could see that matter could be, atoms could be in two places at the same time. Do you understand? That's what scientists are discovering. When you go to subatomic levels, then those particles behave weirdly. They behave differently. They behave in the realm that our people talk about. I believe KJ earlier said, if you take two kola nuts, rub it together, it could be better than atomic weapons. So it's up to them to divulge that information. So I would leave it at that, and then I will entertain questions actually today or next time when we talk about it. Right?
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, give us a physics lesson. He gave us a physics lecture, and then he said he's going to entertain questions later.
I think I disagree with the guy that spoke that said that we Africans are lazy or we are lazy. I think to me that's being intellectually lazy.
Who said that?
Before you, the guy that spoke before Pansad, I forget his name.
I said that, and I knew what I was saying. And I knew
now,
I said that.
So when you say people are lazy, on what ground are you saying they are lazy?
Okay, let me tell you the ground I mean. No, let me explain on the ground we're lazy. We have all the resources for us to be innovative. We don't encourage innovation amongst ourselves. Instead, we encourage mediocrity. And it's facts. Look at our system today, it's so evident. You look far back in Obasanjo's regime. I don't want to go politics, but I have to say this. I can remember a young lad within year 2000 and let's say 2005, and a Nigerian made an engine that uses water. It was far back, almost 15 years back. But did the people encourage him? No. Did we encourage that technology? No. But today, you are seeing that people are celebrating that technology all over the world. People are trying to make hydrogen-based cars now. But this is something we have.
Okay. Can I stop you there? Because what you are saying is totally different from when you say people are lazy.
No,
but the question,
don't try to twist it. Sorry, no offense, all our politics. Don't try to twist it. I know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, we don't want to encourage creativity amongst ourselves, and it's a problem. It's like what we foster is more or less like religious differences.
Hold on. You are repeating the same thing. Let me, for the sake of time, hold on. Have you actually invested or take your time to find out why that guy who discovered that technology is not encouraged? What are the forces impeding him? Why our leaders behaving the way they are behaving? And why I counter that saying that we are lazy is that, first of all, you have to understand who you are. When we understand who we are, we all have been miseducated. Somebody said we need to re-educate ourselves. Have we invested in that? When you don't, let me finish. When you don't invest in people, you just wish, may they change, may they act this way. I don't understand how things work like that.
It's not. See,
you can't be wishing.
Let me tell you, even if you are being spoon-fed and you are not thinking right, it's as good as that's good. All the effort will be useless. It has been
we are not. Hold on. That's what I'm saying. See, there's something you are missing. To you, we are not. Hold on. To you, we are not thinking right, but we are thinking exactly how we are programmed to think. Do you think we are behaving out of character? We are not behaving out of character. We need to understand that exactly the way we are behaving, that's how we are programmed to behave. So the next step is for us to deprogram ourselves.
Listen to me.
Hold on. Oh my God. You can't. We can't just be interjecting. We are not going to make any sense if we keep interjecting. I'll allow you to speak.
Hold on. I think it's a very simple matter. You are coming, and I think all our politics, you are coming at it from a more macro level. He is coming out
very correct
level.
Very correct.
Individual level. So that's what is going on.
Okay, my brother. Can I just say this to you? I think our man made a lot of serious points. And
what is my point?
Wait. Let me just put this to you, OVA. Yeah, because there's a way you listen and you do look at the minutiae, and you take away so much from everything else he said. I understand what you're saying, and that is almost like a different topic completely. It really is. But do you take on board everything he said before you pick out the whole thing?
Sorry. What did I say? What is my point? What did I say?
You are going to the fact that he used the word lazy, and then correctly you are asking on the point that he gave to you about the hydrogen power. You asked the question as to, do you know why? And me and you understand why. There are bigger machinery at work in order to stop that. We understand all that for OVA. We're grown-ups here.
No.
Wait,
No,
don't argue. No, I'm going to finish. Wait, please. What he actually said was not the point that you're picking up on, because he said so much more. And for you to pick up on that point, I think it's cheap. It's cheap. And
Jago, please. Let me clarify myself what I mean, right? Everything he has said, I am not discrediting what he has said. And I think that's where we as people, we are having the problem. We don't want to go down to the source of our problem and start taking care of it. We look at the surface until we take care of the surface and that's it. No, the world is deeper than that. Jago, if I want to use your words. We don't live in a vacuum. We know there's nothing that we do that is not connected to a lot of things. So our problem, you have to start from the start. Who are we? Just like what Bumi was trying to point out in the first place. If we don't address who we are, then anywhere we headed, it is not our doing. They ask us to go that way, so we will all be going. That's what I'm trying to say. So before I say we are lazy, on what context? It's because we are expecting people to behave this way. No, they cannot start behaving that just from expectation. There's a lot of work to be done to deconstruct how we were programmed. So if there's no way we can get around that, it doesn't matter the kind of innovation. We should come back to the basics. We need to go back to where we ask question, who are we?
Can I ask?
How long? Address that?
Can I ask you, OVA?
Sorry. Let's not do that. I think we are due to round up now.
Do you mind?
How long depends on me and you?
We've been here 3.5 hours. It's now 5 o'clock in the morning in
London.
London.
It's supposed to have ended 3 hours. It's supposed to have ended at 3 hours.
So, no, if you say how long, it depends on me and you.
Bro. We need another hour on it.
We cannot. This is we've done going to this.
So Jago, if you say how long, it depends on me and you.
No, I was asking you how long have you been listening to this conversation before you came in?
Be allowed to end the show? Can I be allowed to end it? Listen, see, gentlemen, I really appreciate the conversation that you people have had today. At some point, it was quite fun actually. Having them, they got hot a bit, and let's take lessons from it. I've learned some stuff from it. I hope so, and I am encouraged by some of this stuff. At first I thought nobody is going to support African spirituality, inviting more people into it, but it looks like it's possible. Odi doesn't believe in that. He believes we should just move forward and do other things. After all, he was just speaking to Dele Ogun that all our politics believes that it says we should just go back, but it's all good. So gentlemen,
look back, not go back. Look back and look forward, not go back.
Yeah. So Jefferson, I really appreciate you, gentlemen. Jefferson is a gentleman. He's the least troublesome today. The rest are fighting everywhere, and even the eccentric has become like everyone else that fight. I speak the truth. I'm supposed to be calm. It's not calm today too. I speak the truth. I see you. Don't act as if I don't see you. I see you there. You are very clear.
Forefathers, please, I want to say something before you close, please.
Nigeria is great.
I beg you. I beg you, please.
I'm picking up on that.
Okay. Let's let Nigeria degrade. See that thing that what you said, you needed to take it back because
it is
not appropriate for a platform like this.
Yeah, my brother. Eccentricist. I'm sorry for using that word, and I apologize to everyone. Okay, but hold on. It's not right when you come against people's ideology and all that, right? But I want to say something right here before we close. If you are a black man and you're a Christian or a Muslim, you don't know who you are. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well done. Nigeria is the greatest. Nigeria is the greatest. That's your greatest statement. Nigeria is the greatest.
I never changed your name.
You want me to be cursing? You want me to curse my own country? You want me to curse my country? I won't call you. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
So are we having a kind of last
Okay,
round?
let's 15
round, huh?
seconds. Yeah, 15 seconds. Which Nigerians, our people, to close out. Okay, let's do it orderly. Let's do it orderly. So
All
we're
right.
just keep. Since you demanded it, Jefferson, what do you wish people for the week? And just 15 seconds or so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I wish everyone a bright week. We should not kill ourselves for any political aspirant. We should focus on building ourselves and have a bright future. I think that's all I can say for now.
Thank you, Jagon.
Yeah, so I'm glad for the conversation and all the people that participated. I think I wish for every person on this platform and for us as a people to become somewhat more aware and somewhat more balanced and somewhat more loving to each other. That's my wish for everybody.
Well done. Thank you. I speak the truth.
Man, leave me alone, man.
Come on, man. Why you have to read the party now?
Stop playing with me, bro. Like, if I don't yell, if I don't scream, that's not me. I don't like it. And there's certain people that like, I don't mind discussing with people. I don't mind hearing arguments. But when it starts becoming like people start competing, trying to play you, trying to make you get out of character, that's not me. And this is why I avoid certain people, and I just leave it at that. And I hope everybody can just appreciate that. If you're not going to be cool with arguing, or if you're going to come and outright tell lies, just leave me alone. Leave me out of your conversation and do you. You know what I mean? If I don't bother you, just leave me alone. Just period. That's it.
Okay. And no message for fellow Nigerians and fellow Africans and Black Americans, everybody in the world. Okay, that's fine. If that's where you want to leave it, it's well.
That's what you call a mean spirit.
No, it's not mean spirit. Now, don't.
It's a mean spirit, bro.
It's just
a mean spirit. He wants to conduct. He wants to conduct things.
People now.
He wants to be the conductor. He's an idiot.
Did you just hear what you said?
I'm an idiot.
You just look at what
no,
you just
bro,
said.
you can't be the conductor.
Don't do this.
Wait, Fofa,
I don't want to call you no name.
No. Don't reply to him. Don't reply to him. I'm going to kick both of you out. See, remember what you just said, Jagun. Come on.
I meant it, bro. I meant it.
You're probably the meanest person on this panel.
Oh, God. Can we leave that? Amy, thank you for the suggestion.
Keep that thought in your mind.
All right.
It's a lie.
I'm still having my own on the discussion.
I never will.
And one of the things the things I would like to say is that I think we as humans, we always find a way to adulterate the real deals all the time, and that is what has brought us to religion and virtually every kind of advice that we are seeing in this present world. But when you look at them, you know that deep down there's still the real thing. And the fact that we are even arrogantly limited. We are limited and we are arrogant about it. We can't even see, and the fact that we can't see up to 1% of the normal electromagnetic spectrum called light. We have limited hearing.
You have 15 seconds before you start.
We have no. Just to buttress my point that there is a lot to learn. It's a journey. There's no hard and fixed rule. Religion, spirituality, if eventually you have to come to the point that these things are one and the same in this ladder. They are just wrong on the same ladder. And we just have to continue to climb to get to the final destination. Thank you.
Thank you.
But please, in all of this, if you eat any eureka, please journal so that your generation and all of us can learn from it as well. Please, in all of this,
if you eat any what?
Eureka moments.
Okay, Eureka. Okay, yeah, Eureka.
Because that is just one of the things we lacked.
Man, it looks like we have a lot of scientists here. All our politics. This was heavy physics. All our politics. Have you got any message for Nigerians? In short, all the people of the world, even though everybody is all, we are all in this together. There's going to be an election. Are you there?
Yes, I would say yes. As we embark on one of the most, one of the most important week in world history. I said I'm rooting for America. America, since she come into the seas in the 1900s, West Germany raised its ugly head, you took it down. Imperial Japan raised its ugly head, you took it down. Soviet Union raised the ugly head, you took it down. Germany, you took it down. I don't expect China to be anything different. So I'm rooting for America. Go America, go America, go America. We'll do it.
Wow, you see how he's praising the people that
Bro,
sold it.
you need your tablets, OVA. You need your tablets.
Our people have
No way. I'm still under the colony of America, so I'm not going to fight against the colony.
They say make you greet your people. They say make you greet your people. The people you greet are the ones that sold us, bought us.
The whole world.
It's not good. It's okay. Fine. I get your point.
Our faith hang on these people's decision, and your people's faith hang on their decision. You do anyhow, you see anyhow. So, another one people they continue to speak English than to go to speak China in the future. Mbano. Go America.
Nigeria is the greatest.
It's more than
Nigeria is the greatest. Where are you on this? 15 seconds. What do you want to say to our people?
Yeah, I don't have much to say. Like I said before, if you're a black man, you're a Christian or a Muslim, you don't know who you are. Number one. Number two, God bless America and God bless the Federal Republic of Biafra. Thank you.
Correct.
Wow, I think this is revealing why we are.
I'm not hiding it, man. I believe in Biafra. I'm not hiding it. I believe in Biafra.
We're in trouble, all this conversation, we're in serious trouble.
But that's fine. No, that's being sincere. It's nice.
Yeah. What do you? 15 seconds. What do you want to wish our people? Our people can be Oyibo too. Just in case. What do you want to wish us? 15 seconds.
I want to wish our people two major things. I want to wish them not to be anti-intellectual, not to be ignorant forever. I want to wish them not to be like my brother here, eccentricate, not to give comfort to our enemies. I want him to understand that we wish him well. We want Nigeria to work. All of us here on this platform, even the last speaker, Nigeria is a scam. We want Nigeria to work. We wish Nigeria to work. But if it's not going to work, then we have to come up with ideas, and some of us have those ideas. So there's no need to. When he interjected the last time, I think it was quite out of order. And he said that one of our panelists here was just trying to drive everything to Biafra. And that was uncalled for. That was wrong.
Okay.
And then when
it's 15 seconds now. You can't just be breaking the barrier.
All right, no problem.
Thank you, Pansat. What was that you said about counter-intellectual? That was a good one. Eccentricals, what do you have to say to our people?
Well, what I want to say to the people is, don't do faulty generalization. All right, no faulty generalization, because that's the hallmark of someone that's not an intellectual, right?
Low IQ.
Another thing is, if we have a topic here, right? We come on here topic, not because we necessarily believe in them or not. If you join in on the program and then, try to denigrate the people there by saying, the topic makes no sense, that's disrespectful. And I sensed that. That was why I objected, you know what I mean? Because, I know the guy and I've listened to him talk. We step on a topic just to, have the discussion on a particular topic, right? That's an intellectual thing to do. I'm not a religious person. I don't care about religion. I care about sciences. You know what I mean? And once again, greetings to everyone, and I hope Joe Stein wins the election. We don't want Donald Trump or
man,
Kamala Harris. We don't need people that commit genocide.
Okay, thank you.
You don't believe in religion. That's
all now politics. Your time is up. Your time is up. All now politics. Okay, 5 seconds now. Do your
So
5
you
seconds.
wanted the wasted votes, man. Mute them.
On the politics, read anti-intellectualism in American life.
Anti-intellectualism.
Americans the antagonist, not Soviet Union, not Japan.
Man, mute this guy.
Okay. Emilokun, I speak the truth. Eccentricas, Pansat, and Nigeria is the greatest. You know, Nigeria is the greatest. You should be coming down. I think you are quite welcome here anytime to join us.
What do you wish?
It's been nice.
Yes, forefather, you never talk your own.
Okay, mine will be. I hope you all have a great and fruitful week ahead, and walk with your head held high, unapologetically breaking barriers.
I got a politician.
And be politician. You never see politician there. Keep breaking barriers. No apologies. We deserve a place in this world, and obviously that's all I've got to say. Thank you all for. It's been an interesting session and it's quite good, even if you had a bit of argument, but it's okay. Oscar Blackbone, Tato, Fast is too slow, Criskin, I think I said Tato already. Pansat is there too. Wa Osakwe, thank you for joining us. On our politics, I see you there too. You're also on the panel. Thank you for joining us. Double barreling. Sam Igbede, thank you for joining us. Sam Igbede. Israeli, thank you for joining us. I see you there. Diggs B2As. I can't pronounce that. I'm sorry. I'm quite in a rush now because I'm behind the times. Madam Tope, we can never forget her. She does moderate and she does support the channel quite a lot. We really appreciate the work you are doing there, Madam Tope. And at the same time, Jagun, I speak the truth. Eme, you all have done very well today. I think, I've learned quite a bit, and the spirit of the conversation is also quite good, no matter what you like to say, even if we had argument. It seems to be in some weirdly good spirit at the same time. Maybe we should be doing more philosophy, actually, instead of politics. All right. Till next week, I see you guys. Bye.
Is it not treason? Why are you playing these old national anthems? This should be treason. Everything is treason now. Jagon, I joined the conversation late, so I don't really. I didn't even know you guys were on air. So you can cover what I was trying to say. Maybe that's why I jumped very late.
Serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might.
Are we going to